here. Hey, hey. Can everybody hear me okay? I'm going to try to talk in a lower voice tonight. Daniel Berry Sports, never seen you before. Hi, Ellen. Christina. Hey, is Forgotten Whispers on? Because she was earlier in the day. I don't know if she is or not. Hey, Liz. And who else? G-Tag. That's correct. Hey, Patricia. Naughty Rudolph. How come you're still around? Hey, yep. Kathy. How you doing? AEIOU. I'm going to give people a chance to get in as if I don't know how many more will come in. But what had happened was I was going to make some dinner and turned on Betty's show from today. And I could not. I mean, why do I say I can't believe it? Because I totally can. She's such a horrible person. Let me bring this up over here. She is such a horrible person. I can't even with her. The shit she's saying right now. Okay. Even with Gabby Petito, by the time they got there, it was being investigated. They didn't know where Brian was. They were right, as was 90% of the population, that the Laundries knew that Brian had come home and probably knew something that had happened. I don't believe the mother when she says, oh, he said she was gone, but I just thought that meant, like gone to the store, or we broke up or whatever. I don't believe that. But anyway, on that case, that was her very first case as a reporter, investigator, crime scene, cleanup, and whatever, body language expert, child psychologist, political activist. She was not all of those things until she went out to the Petitos and became a gopher, basically, for JLR. And I don't know where the bullhorn, I guess because of her political activism, she had her bullhorn. And it came in handy out there, yelling at people in a house where there were neighbors, because that always works to help find. It helped find Gabby and it helped find Laundry. So she takes a little credit for knowing exactly what was going on and being beneficial. And JLR out there waving his Bible with his cross on. I tried to find it today, but there's a interview, and I don't remember with whom, where JLR talks about being an atheist, which he is. JLR right now he's dangerous at this point because he had a similar following at one point on Facebook and wreaked havoc on people. One girl in particular was at the point she wanted to unalive herself because he had gone after her so bad. Anyway, but I digress. So then Betty they had their trip paid for. That's where she met Olivia, as did JLR. And my opinion, hey, Greg and everybody, hey, Rambo. So someone with money and Olivia and JLR and Betty, I don't know how that went down, but my opinion is Olivia was only there to document because Olivia had paranormal videos. Some kind of humanoids or something she had investigated and documented. I don't know. Anyway, their whole thing is not to help, or it was not to help. It was to Olivia to document and do a sizzle reel for some kind of documentary, whatever they could get, because they were always sending them in. Betty, she's just her 3 minutes. What is it? Once a month? I think last time she had 3, 6, 9, she had 12 minutes, all told, at the city council meeting. JLR is just looking for a viral video. However he gets it. He puts his cross on, waves his Bible. He's going to stand in front of the laundries and hope, they find the body or something viral happens. I believe, I don't know if y'all remember, they thought they saw, that's right, Ellen Tabloid. They thought the news, I think it was on the news. I know for sure it was on YouTube. They thought they saw Brian. And if you go back and look at that picture, and I've got it somewhere, but I'm not going to pull it up. The guy walking down the street, hey, Elizabeth, that looked like Brian, that was given to JLR by some woman that said she was in her truck. And why would she give that to JLR? I think that was JLR. Because if you look at the picture, to me, it's the same body type. He has a hat on, I believe. I just think it was JLR. But anyway, that kind of almost became viral. But that's what he's looking for. JLR is looking for the big viral moment. Now he's got this following that he can say anything to them. I mean, I've already felt the effects. I did some benign video where he said, JLR lies all the time. Everybody knows it. So why this particular video bothered him is beyond me. But I woke up to probably that morning, there were 300 comments. By the end of the day, there was like 500 comments from his followers because he posted something that said, of course, I'm stalking him and I'm doing all this stuff to his real life. He used to say I was calling his mother. But I do appreciate that the last sentence was, I don't even know this woman. Thank you, JLR. Because I'm kind of over people thinking, ew, that we would have some kind of, no. I'm not Mary in the Woods, okay? Anyway, so that was Bullhorn Betty's first experience as whatever you want to call that. So then they went out to Montana. I think it was Montana. Where was Crystal? Was it Montana? I'll see in the, I know, Ellen. So they, Crystal Turner and the other pretty girl. Okay, I'm sorry. So they flew out there, walked around a little bit, Olivia chasing them around with the camera. What are they doing? They're trying to make a video. All of them have the same goal. Betty, I think, with her warped mind, still thinks she's, I don't know, bounty hunter, investigator, whatever it takes for the moment. Mary in the Woods, I know. So then they go to that. And the big cases were then, of course, Summer Wells was the first, after Petito. They watched Dr. Phil. Believe me, I've been documenting Betty, all of them, since day one. Well, day one, when they came onto YouTube. A little bit during the Petito case. What was I saying? So anyway, they watched Dr. Phil. That was all they knew about Summer Wells. That's it. She was talking about the cornbread mafia. She was giving them advice to just go ahead and come forward. Come to me and it'll work out. I'll help you. Go to the authorities and, turn you in. Well, of course, there was no cornbread mafia involved. So they went out to Tennessee, all their fuckery out there, and they did nothing. They did nothing but cause more trouble, almost as much trouble as Chris McDonough on the interview room. And so nothing came of anything. Then I don't remember, there were a couple of like local things. Then Quentin Simon. before they got to, hey, Pamela, hey, Brit Focus. I also think Brian Enton being there, let me put this up, at that first case had a big impact on BHB. Oh, no, 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 no. Grow with him. She mentored him. Brian Enton would not be where he is today without Betty. I think that's adorable. Anyway, so, okay, I can't lose focus. So they went, okay, so Quentin Simon, the grandmother, had gotten a text. I don't remember who, I think maybe her daughter. And she figured out that her daughter killed Quentin and did something with him. And so she puts this on Facebook. Rather than talking to authorities, which I think they had to contact her and go, what the fuck are you doing? And so that got out, and they had to say that we have a suspect, and that would be the mother. Betty and, okay, so Dolly was going to go out. Dolly said first he's going to go to Georgia before Betty ever said she was going. Well, when she found out he was going, she, like in 2 days, starts talking about the case, didn't know anything about it, and then asked her subs, hey, you want me to go out there? I know you do. I know you really do. So give me money and I'll go out there. She ended up going out there with Dolly. But they already had named the mother as a suspect, so there was no reason for anyone to go out there. They had a suspect. It was a matter of finding Quentin. Again, Betty started in September of 2022, right? September of 2022, I believe. So this is her experience. All this shit that she says in these videos with, oh, we've been all over the country. And when I do cases like this, I know the authorities told her. I don't know which case you're talking about. Oh, was it the authority? Yeah, I can remember how the grandmother found out, but she put it on Facebook. And so they were like, okay, well, we're going to have to put it out. Otherwise, they wouldn't have. Which I don't know why. I mean, if that's your suspect, name her, but whatever. And I don't disagree with some of the things Betty says. I totally disagree with 99% of what she does. And she's doing, it's irking that so many people are responsible, like Quentin Simon, finding him, the horrible work they have to do, what it does to the people that actually find these children, that found Gabby Petito, that found Brian Laundrie. No matter what you think, that's a horrible thing to find. And then today, not today, but last week, Audrey, can you imagine how long that sticks in your mind? But there's Betty saying she solved it before she ever got there. She knew what was going on. Oh, Betty, and she doesn't care that you believe her or you think she's stupid or whatever. She doesn't care. She's doing sound bites. This will go in a documentary, someone that won't research. They'll hand her a bunch of sound bites, just like we saw in the TikTok. That's all it is for her. That's all it is for Olivia and JLR. As I hope she goes to politics and quits doing this, because I just think I'm going to have a nervous breakdown if she does it. But if she went into politics, because we know she would go with Trump, and what a gift that would be for all of us that clip her. I'm going to read some of these because once I start doing the video, Ashley Furniture. Right. So then she went to Quentin Simon. There was nothing really big. Well, in Summer Wells, that whole, everything they did with no experience whatsoever. And the whole time Well, we know what we're doing. We've been all over the country and doing this. Olivia, I watched one of her last videos. She wants to go chase gorillas, I think, or some animal. That's what she wants to do. And then this case came up. I don't know what they're doing, driving around, but it's ridiculous. And it just irks the crap out of me when she does it anybody else, or is it just me? No, not Bigfoot, Tessa. Oh God, I wish I could remember. The hooves on the ground. Yeah. Well, I know Olivia looks for Bigfoot and all kinds of stuff, but it's just she's so disrespectful and it's so insulting to everyone's intelligence when she. Okay, we'll watch it, and I'm interested in the case anyway. But I think at this point, I heard today Tim Miller is such a great guy. I actually did a couple of searches with him. God, it was years ago for Rachel Cook case. Oh my God, I can't even tell you how long ago it was, 20 years ago or something. And he's such a nice guy. And that's where we learned what you do when you search. Nothing like what Betty does. You do not carry a camera because you're focused on looking for clue, even evidence. It's not that you're looking for a body necessarily. You're looking for even evidence that they were out there. So you have to be very meticulous while you're walking and looking. They just kind of roam all over the place and take video. If she would just take some, if this is what she wants to do, take some classes or something and do one thing. JLR is doing his own thing because all he wants is, like I said, he just wants some viral videos. The shit he's putting up is so ridiculous. Like no one's gone to the border before. All the people in his chat must not get out much because it's been done. I saw Laura Loomer out there. Yeah, that's the thing. Hey, Hillbilly Nigel. Is I'm afraid they are going to find a. I mean, it's like, and I know people are going to come back on me because trust me, every time now that I talk about these cases, I understand that people think they know about the cases that from my blog, which was 3 cases out of what, I don't know, 500. I don't know, but the way that they treat parents, never. One of the cases was a year into it. It was an accident. The other case, it was like, I don't know, that case took like 2 years. The things that Betty says, like the grandmother should have kept her legs closed. In this case, she said the same thing in Quentin Simon case. Let that happen to you. There's just so much. I wasn't going to come on, and I might not even go as far as I wanted to because y'all helped me kind of figure it out. But I mean, it just irks me. It just, yeah, berating the parents. The parents that they're saying I harassed, I didn't. The mother lied. But I have never contacted them. I have never called anyone a slut or couldn't keep. What does that have to do with anything? You're just shaming a grieving grandmother. I don't know about the grandmother. Maybe she couldn't keep her legs closed. I have no idea at this point. I see a lot of stuff on TikTok and Facebook, and a plunder absolutely blew me away today or yesterday, whenever it was. Yeah. Well, he gives to different, not always to EquiSearch, but he gives to different ones. He also gives to the DNA research. He did a scholarship in the name of his mod that had passed away. Hey, sweet crazy. She's so vile. And I mean, so vile. And she's making money. It doesn't seem to matter to her because from what people that have been with her and know her have said, she's very tight with her money. So, and she doesn't look very materialistic at all. She's had that same red jacket on for over 2 years. But, so I don't think money means a lot to her. I think it's more telling people how great she is and convincing them. This is something for her self-esteem while she destroys others. You know what I mean? Like, who I hate when I say, you know what I mean? I honestly don't think I know. I mean, I've never really figured her out, but this kind of stuff. And then to see all that shit she was writing to, it is hard to watch, Bridget. Thank you for not making me feel alone. What was I going to say? Yeah, it is. It's hard to watch. And so maybe we just shouldn't watch it, but that she only needs the money to get from A to Z. But oh, I know what it was. All the SF Investigates put up all those complaints. You know, for a long time, I thought that was mostly JLR doing all the, because he likes to call the police too. I mean, it's like it gives them satisfaction to get other people, their snitches. But I think she was the one kind of doing what he would tell her to do. You know, but then I think he had enough of it, or I don't know what happened with him. But she accused him of taking money from her Venmo account. And I don't know what all is on there. I'm probably on there. I didn't read all of it. I just read a few. They will piss the wrong person off. And JLR out there at the border just kind of walking around. He got kind of in a confrontation with one of the Border Patrol. But you don't want to do that out there. I don't know why he thinks he's safe. But he went to a migrant camp. Yeah, oh yeah, plunder. Why would she do that, Bridget? I couldn't believe it. I've followed plunder forever. If someone just told me that, I would think they were wrong. That she would not lead with a rumor that, I don't even want to repeat the rumor. If you don't know what the rumor was, I'll type it in the chat. But oh my gosh, an 11-year-old child. This is what people are getting from social media. Betty saying I don't know why my copy of the corner thing that she said on my video was horrible. And I found one today that was clear. So I don't know why I got such a bad copy. But does everybody know what? Hey, Death Chris, I'm just going to go ahead and write it in here. Might have been. Oh, shit. My left hand shakes really bad. And so my right side, I could type like crazy, but you kind of need your left side. Pregnant. Okay. So anyway, this is what she led with on one of her blogs. Not blogs, on one of her videos. It's crazy that Plunder would do that. What is the point? And she even said she didn't know. It was just a rumor. She can have the same red jacket. But to say, well, before anything has been said, yeah, they had, at the press conference, they had asked, I guess it was the sheriff. So no, someone else asked about the backpack. And he said, we're not going to comment on that right now. She turns around, looks at her audience, and says, well, they found it. We know they found it. And it was hers. Well, first of all, he didn't confirm it. He said he wasn't going to address it. But imagine her with the same size audience as JLR. JLR is still out there with misinformation, but I don't think the Area 51, that's why I was shocked that something that stupid would upset him. I mean, I've said way worse or posted way worse about him. But if she had his size audience, oh my gosh. Sorry, I didn't read that. Betty is going to say the guy used the missing twin. What was that all about? Who cares? That's probably all she found. And she doesn't find half of it because you can go on TikTok and see other people were reporting what she's reporting as well. To cause the blunt force trauma. Okay, well, he was selling them that day, maybe. And the thing is, the Houston, I'm sure that they're helping with this investigation. And then we have the Texas Marshal Rangers. You're not going to get by with that shit. Like, they're going to find out everything. And the guy was standing out there. I guess he turned himself in, but it was for the other charge, which is also getting all mixed up. And they're not. I have all the documents because I joined Plunder's Patreon to get them. She got angry when I made a comment in her video because of my last name. Yeah, well, today she's on this back to her. If you come, the same thing Chris McDonough does. Try going into Chris McDonough's chat and going against any of his opinions or challenging him. His moderators will get rid of you quick. Now, he won't argue with you. He used to, but now he's above all that. But today, Betty, or whenever this video was, you do not come in here trolling me. Do not come in here being a dick to me. Just, she's going to sanitize everything. So you have to let people challenge you on this kind of stuff. T. Marie, I'm glad you're doing good. She's a traveling lot lizard. And she's going to put on her, well, she just wants to be. It's all the shit she's saying. Again, she knows, we know she's full of crap. She doesn't care because she knows that the people that make these docuseries and these documentaries, they don't care either. They're just looking for some good sound bites. They don't care who discovered the child or how they got there. Or now, local media does, and that's where everybody should go to get their news, not social media. I mean, because you can go through there, and it does get exciting when you come across some juicy. Like, I saw the text messages that are allegedly between the mother and either Donald or Stephen McDougal. I don't know if those are real. If someone saw the mother hand them or send them to someone, maybe they are, but they're disturbing. That's for sure. Does everybody, JLR? Well, he has somebody with him. I think Magnolia sometimes travels with him, but I think he had a guy with him. Because he's a scaredy cat. That's why I'm kind of shocked he's out there by himself. I mean, kind of by himself. I don't know who's with him. She's done what before, Ellen? I'm going to get behind now. It's communal narcissism, do-gooding to look like someone important. The same as the people who take pictures while helping the homeless. Yeah. But it's, yeah, and the narcissism, that's true too. But Betty doesn't have self-awareness that a lot of narcissists kind of try to dress the part. Yeah, JLR was at the border, language of horses, and one day he had over 50,000 people in his chat. This guy, I'm telling you, JLR is going to always be JLR. He's, I don't want to say, I mean, he put his diagnosis on the internet, so it's out there for anybody to find, and on my playlist, by the way. But JLR used to acquire credit cards or acquire information on people like their social. Hey, niece, and Gina Marie. And the way he would do it is he would call up, say, AT&T or the electric company, the local electric company or whatever. And he would be talking to them, and he could be very charismatic. And the older women, which is what most of y'all are, if you don't know who he is, they just love him. I don't know how many of my comments were, he's just a young guy just doing good in the world, and he's telling them some bullshit about his prison time, and I've seen him lie about it. Like he has like 5 stories, but they just love him. So he has a way that he can be whoever he needs to be, and he would call and say, I need to know about my bill. They'd say, well, what is the answer to this, or whatever they said 20 years ago. And he would turn, and this is in documents, this is FBI documented. He would turn it around to where they were giving him the information. How you do that, I don't know, but I'm telling you, it's in the documentation by the FBI. So that's what he's doing now. It's whoever he wants to be, he can be. You know, he sat behind Hillary Clinton at a rally. He was like hugging Bill Clinton. I don't know, like, how does he get front row Joe? How does he get up there? I don't know. I mean, he can be whoever you need him to be. And right now, this is working for him. Oh, shit. Did I put that up there? Plunder is, I've never thought that, Christina, because, I mean, like, I don't follow her religiously, and she was off for a while. But I thought she was very factual. Disrespect to that deceased. Like, I don't just follow her. Like, I'm not going to throw her in the trash because of one comment, but it seems so out of character. But I did notice that she went from like 30,000 views to 7,000 recently. And I don't know what that was about, but I mean, I don't think everybody should just dogpile on her, but I mean, I don't know. I don't really know her that well. I don't follow her enough. I was just surprised because I would never have thought someone with her reputation. I was horrified at the rumor. Do you know where it came from, Bridget? Yeah, that's the thing. The internet is forever. It's forever. People will be finding this, repeating it. Y'all would be shocked at the one of the text messages it's a Facebook message from JLR that he posted on Facebook. The N-word plus cock, but he spelled it K-A-W-K. And stayed up there forever because the story he tells is that he knew someone that worked for Facebook. And then when their contract was up, he almost immediately got like suspended, and then he had to calm down. But he was getting by with all kinds of stuff on Facebook. Like, that's where he terrorized that girl. Anyway. So went with a comment. She went. Are you talking about Plunder? I thought she said it was on social media. Grizzy. I know. I've been following because she's in Houston, in Harris County, and that's where I'm from. And kind of hate watching her because, I mean, she goes all day long. There's a crime happening all day, every day in Houston. So it gets kind of depressing. But yeah, she reports. She doesn't have time to sit around and figure out a case. She's got to go to the next one. Not going to lie. I wondered if he has had access to her. Yeah, he did. He lived in a camper behind her. Does everybody kind of know the story, or do I need to go over it? I mean, I don't know it verbatim. I just know they found her, that this friend, Stephen McDougal, he was a friend of the father, I think, and the grandfather. And the grandfather, the grandmother, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, because like I said, I don't know it like the back of my hand. It wasn't even a rumor until Plunder made that video. It was one comment in another creator's chat. Oh, okay. That's where she got it. One comment. That's insane. Because that's the other thing JLR will do. And I think I've told y'all this before. But he starts a lot of the Facebook groups. Like anytime there's a major disaster, a school shooter, any kind of major event, he will immediately do a Facebook group. And they'll get into the thousands. And then he will make up his own. I don't even know how many handles he has, like on YouTube, Facebook. He doesn't mess with Instagram and TikTok much. And he'll make up all these names. Then he'll post something in the group. Then he'll bring it up, and he makes up the dialogue back and forth with people, and then say, look, I'm showing you this message that they sent me. So he does that, or he used to. I think with more eyes on him, he's going to be a little more discerning with the information. But yeah, to do the whole social media, I don't trust that. Oh my gosh. And you can't, there's really no one you can trust. You know, I've seen cases go to court where I promise you, every single person, from the prosecutor, I'm not going to say so much the judge because I can't prove with the judge, but everyone is in on fucking somebody up, like super illegal crap. I've only seen that really one time. It almost happened twice. But I can tell you that's why I was following those Benjamin Crump's cases, because the Trayvon Martin case is sick. It is sick how many people were in on the crap that went on in that. But to find the truth, I don't know. I mean, you just kind of have to try to use your common sense, get as much information as you can. And you can find a lot on social media. You just have to verify it. You know, Beth, why would she do that? And then Betty, oh my God, anybody that does, and she likes Plunder. She was talking about that post by Plunder. And she says, you know, if we find out that's correct, I'm really going to be mad. But she wasn't bothered by it. But she thinks people that lie about the cases should be imprisoned just like the person that committed the murder. That's what she said. He's not an idiot, though, Michael. You think he is because he wants you to think he is. Because you think that. Like, oh, he's just an idiot. He's not an idiot. He's really not. He didn't. You have to remember, he was in prison for 13 years. 10 the first time, like 6 months or something like that between the next time he went to prison. I mean, he's been under supervision since he was like 19, either on probation, parole, or in prison. So he doesn't have a lot of he doesn't have a worldly view, but he kept busy in prison reading and learning about a lot of the law. Heels, I listened to Nancy Grace last night. She said some of the same things as Plunder. But did she say the one I put in the chat? Please say no, niece. Well, an 11-year-old, sweet crazy, how could she not think that would have an impact? Okay, I'm going to put the chat over here. I had a couple of notes. They knew okay, so Jim Miller said they knew she was in there and deceased. Don't quote me. Where did I hear it? I just heard it. Maybe it was on, if you watched Sweet Crazy, who watched Nancy Grace? That they knew she was in there like 2 days before they announced it. Okay, niece, did you hear that? That they had found her 2 days? Hey, Bearcan Island. Yeah. No, okay, so they would stop, take a picture, and then say, or probably pick it up, put it in a bag, and take it to a crime scene and say they found a leg or something. Where's Cupcake? Ellen, is Cupcake in here? I do think you're right. She didn't realize what that could do. How? Well, then, I mean, if that's her excuse, I don't know what to tell her. The child was 11. That would be huge. I didn't know her back. Somebody said, I've been watching her. I know she came out with, she wasn't first, but she was the first on YouTube to put out Jeannie, if you follow Summer Wells, to put out Jeannie's story about Dawn when they were kids. She is the first one I saw put that out. Yeah, screw Christian and the horse he rode in on. What did she say? Because of your last name? I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. I know. And I don't disagree that when you're that guy would never be anywhere near my daughter. And yeah, I'm judging him by the way he looks. He has a swastika tattoo that he wasn't afraid to show anybody. Now, I've heard people, but there are men, white men, I don't remember where I heard this, and it could be a lie, but I heard, and it made sense to me. It might have been JLR that in prison, there's black and white gangs. And if you're in there long enough, say you're in there 10, 20 years, whatever, which I don't think he was, it's not on his record, that you have to choose a side, and then the gang will make you to show your that you're sincere, to show your allegiance. They make you get a tattoo. So it's either that or he's a fucking white supremacist. And you have to email her and apologize. I know. Oh my God, Britt, that was so funny. Because right now she believes, I don't know if she believes, look at me lying. She wants you to believe that she believes she's a big deal right now. And I think she did. I don't know how many subs she got. But what happens is when they do the local stuff, they'll get local subs, like a ton of them, like JLR did in New York. And as soon as he was done with that case and moved on to something else, those numbers plummeted. So she'll get locals, but they'll lose interest. And it's only because it's a local story. Yeah. She's not going to be Olivia. Betty, unless she does Trump, unless she goes full Trump, which that's a lot of what JLR has right now, she's not going to do it. True crime is not her deal. People figure her out way too much. She did a video on Uvalde. I pointed out Bo Jackson paid for all the funerals. She wasn't happy. I didn't know that. Bo Jackson. Who's Bo Jackson? I hope I'm not bad for asking him. I don't know who Bo Jackson is. He's a worm. Okay, I'm going to let you tell me. Plunder. I'm behind. That's what's wrong. Let me see if there's anything, Patricia. See, I don't think y'all are thinking JLR is a. There's a difference between the psychopath and someone that's like, I don't know, I'm not a. I just have heard psychiatrists talk about this, but there's no empathy in JLR. And yeah, he's a narcissist, but if you aren't born with, if you don't have empathy, I'm not saying born with, I think things can happen, but you don't care. You don't care whether people believe you, they don't believe you. The only people you want to believe you are like judges. And JLR lies to judges. I mean, he has no qualms about, does not care about your feelings. I went to Shadan's Facebook the first day and then saw all the clipped ones in blenders and left a note to the family to check out what was being posted. Her mom closed up the Facebook. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, it's not good. Ew. Yeah. You know, that's one of the things I do. Sometimes it does take self-reflection, or you see it in someone else and you don't realize. Betty has never, ever realized what she, or like I used to go to, everybody did, but I would go to Facebook on some of the cases. And then on web sleuths, you're not allowed to do that unless they are named as a suspect. You can't do it to families. They're very strict. But before that, for years, we always would go to Facebook and, you know, kind of investigate that way. They're doing it. I wouldn't, now looking at this, it's gross. But we didn't make things up, though. You know, it's hard to explain, but now people just, they'll say anything because they know everybody's going to believe it, and it becomes a big story. Look at the Idaho 4. How many of those things went viral? And to this day, people believe the mom that said her daughter knew about the case. Sweet crazy. They're just lines that people handling missing babies and deceased babies. That's very true. And we have to keep remembering there's not just the mom or the dad. There's brothers, sisters, godparents, friends. Hey, Michelle. You know who else I noticed was doing that? I need to get to the bottom of the thing. Was you know, she's never humble, not ever, and never will be. And I forgot what I was just saying. Oh, and that's the other thing, Haley. From a 6-month period while she was on drugs. No. Those FOIAs, I have gotten them before, and I can tell you, she is that thing. That's why SF investigates. It doesn't shock me that she's doing that right now. But in this video that I'm going to quickly go over, hopefully, the way she talks about how Texas, they should have punished him, and there's not enough punishment, and they let people out, and they don't pay. She paid 0 consequences for 8 domestic violence assaults, for 2 DWIs or DUIs, whatever they call it in Florida. She was never put in jail. I think she was one. No, she was put in jail a few times because she had to bond out. But you think she had no consequences, none. She can even carry a gun. Although I do think she has a felony and she might be, I don't know. I don't think she'd lie about having a gun, but it's kind of deceiving because if you try to get all the records, it's too much. It's just too much. You have to know like what you want, and then some of them they charge you for, and I just wasn't interested. There were a couple of them I wanted to see more, but um, I, I wouldn't put it all out there because it is invasive. But for her to say that, like, oh, y'all don't punish, you have 8 domestic violence arrests, you have mugshots, and nothing was done. I could see 1, 2, but then we were like 3, 4. Oh my God, again, 5, 6. Your mom got a restraining order on you when you were 16. That's why people come out and start talking about her shit again, too. She needs to, like, pull back on the judgment. There are people that are paid by the other side intentionally. Yeah, I know. But not really in a case like this, because that guy, he's got nobody. Nobody's going to pay for him to have anybody on his side. It's when the police shoot you, if there's the money to be made, which is usually the thing, there are people that are paid by the other side to intentionally questionable people like that. I honestly think, yeah, I do too. Yes, Haley, I'm sorry I didn't read the rest. I agree with you. I don't think Betty is, because she's too scattered, but JLR is following the political bent, like the border. So is Laura Loomer, who used to be a political, or probably still is. She's the one that chained herself to Twitter, I think, the Twitter front doors in California. Yeah, JLR would not surprise me at all. Said someone typed the rumor in chat. I don't know. Wherever she saw it, unless she heard it in you would never find it in documentation, because I just don't think they would put that out there. Like, what does it matter at this point? He's being charged with capital murder, which you can get the death penalty in Texas. What else do you want? I mean, that doesn't make any difference. I saw QB was slammed for playing Plunder's stream. Well, I didn't see anything wrong with the rest of it. It's a stream. Jones didn't play part of Plunder, only the vile, soulless content. Yeah. Why? Okay. Yeah, I don't think anybody should have played it. I didn't see that. I've not really been watching a lot, but hold on one second. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know why you would. Why would you play it? Why? Why? It's no better than her saying it. I mean, you can sit there and say, this is horrible that she said this, but you know what it does? It puts it in people's mind. That's it. Why do you burnt toast and others bully other YouTubers? Who am I bullying, serial killer? Fill me in. All y'all are really just a bunch of mean women. Why don't you show your face during your lives? Because I don't choose to. What difference does it make whether I show my face or not? During your lives, stop hiding. But I'm not hiding. Everybody knows who I am. Everybody could figure out in 5 minutes where I live. So my face doesn't make any difference. That's my old face. I wish I still had it. But so you came in here to be an asshole? My God, why do you, Burnt Toast, and others bully other YouTubers? I don't think Burnt Toast really talks about other YouTubers. But you can go and put Bullhorn Betty in the search engine here on YouTube, click on it, and then go talk to everybody else about it, okay? Because we're not the only two. And I don't even, if you think it's bullying, pointing out that Betty says the grandmother of a child that was found in a river or a lake or a stream or whatever the hell it was, Lake Livingston, dead. And she tells the grandmother, well, if she could keep her legs together, Go talk to Betty. Okay? I guess I don't have any mods tonight. I don't know. Let's see. Where do I do this? Do I have to hide it first? I'm going to ban you rather than. And it's because your insult wasn't productive. Like, yeah, I don't know why. Do you think, I don't think anybody should be slammed for doing it. I just think you have to consider, what it's just going out there more. These people, it's probably Betty or mods chat. Hey there. Hey, KBMS. I think I do have mods, but I think they let me see it first because I kind of want to see them. We would never, and I didn't hear it from anybody else. I was looking through, well, no, that's not true. It's true that I didn't hear I don't remember. I could be lying. I went to Queens late last night and I saw people saying, oh, Plunder shouldn't have done that. And I asked, but I don't know that anybody gave me the explanation on it. But I did go to, see, I didn't like Plunder's thumbnail from 2 days ago when it had rock attached to a rope was holding. Why? So yeah, maybe she's going in a bad direction. And I just did not watch her that much. I had heard she had a great reputation, but during the Summer Wells case, I mean, Betty and that group were keeping everybody's attention. I put it in chat. Michelle, you don't know what the rumor. I'll put it in chat again. Or somebody else could, because again, my hand is shaking. Let me try. It's only on my computer. On my phone, I can hold my phone and use my stylus. Can't believe how crazy it is. Okay, we're going to do the one finger here. There you go. So, yeah, in fact, I mean, Plunder could go in now and take it off. It's right at the very first of the video. And she took the comments down anyway. So just clip it. Why put it in there? Because you want to be first. That's Betty's thing. She throws all kinds of shit at the wall. That's another reason she does it. Because something's bound to stick. Then 8 months from now, 9 months from now, whatever, she'll tell people, oh, yeah, I got that right. Like a lot of the psychics do. He says, yeah, it's Blaze. I've done so much research. That's why he thinks he thinks I've been harassing him and following him and stalking him for like one time 7 years, I think Betty said. No, he put everything on the internet. And when he was in prison, just like Turtle Boy is doing right now, he had people on the outside posting for him. Like you can find posts on Twitter. He would post, including his medical records. He put those up. So to think, I'm just a very good researcher, but to think that you would have to follow him physically, which he was in prison, so I couldn't. But anyway, yeah. They don't want to do mainstream media because there's too many restrictions. And there should be. I mean, we need to know the media could be a lot better on the political stuff and the, when there's, what was it the other day? A shooter that they don't want to name them because they might be a different, like for a while it was Muslim people. If they were part of a crime, it's like, you had to wait. I don't remember which one it was. It was a wife and husband. And it's like, When you don't say who they are, it's more suspicious than if you would just tell us. I thought that Betty and Olivia were headed to the border. It's because Betty thinks she's going to follow JLR. She thinks she can get those. And JLR really didn't do anything when he got all those followers in New York. I mean, we stared at a cone. And part of that was funny. I thought it was hilarious. But I don't think it was 100,000 followers worth. And then he's got his buddy that just got out of prison, like, I don't know, 6 months ago. The Stick. I don't even know what he's doing now, but he's a bad person too. No conscience. None. T. Marie, did I say hi to you? So do y'all want to watch this? I mean, I was just very mad and had to fire this up. And you can't believe what I have to go through just to get my laptop set up to go. Oh yeah, I am so jealous of JLR. Is it your job to disrespect and crap? He's not my competition. I don't have competition. No competition. Anybody that follows me can tell you, if I wanted to rule, I would rule. But not my deal. That's why you are where you are. Where am I, Rob Guy? With your, what kind of gun is that? Is that a play gun? Looks like a play gun. Anyway, yeah, you're an idiot. What was I saying? Oh, anyway, yeah, it's what? And see, the thing with JLR is he has so many profiles. On YouTube alone, there are so many profiles, but not enough to do what he's doing now. BHP, that's done. Not one thing to help the case. No, she never does anything to help the case, ever. All they're doing is just documentary material. Sneaky motherfucker. I love saying that word. Just don't have a lot of people I can say it to. No, he's not. Okay, so I'm way behind. Okay, I'm going to go down here and start right there. Nancy was getting upset. What was she getting upset about? Serial killer, show your face. Yeah, right? I've seen, I don't know. He is known as America's most prolific jailhouse lawyer. Okay, well, let me tell you some things that are absolute untruths. If you go on TikTok and you look up Jonathan Lee Riches, I don't know how he gets this information to India, but Indians, it's weird because it's all the same script. He never won any money off of his mother, ever. You would have to go through to prove me wrong or right. You just have to believe me because I know. He never won anything from his mother. Guinness Book of World Records never, ever, ever was going to put him in their book. What is the other one I saw on there? And he's not won. He won zero money on his filings while he was in prison. I've heard from, or I saw posted somewhere that he might have won something because his macaroni and cheese was wrong or something, or he got a bad box. I don't know. But he's never won any money. His cases were always thrown out and they were bullshit. Anyway, don't get me started on that. Somebody will come in and tell me I'm in love with him. Rob, I don't even know. I mean, how? And I had talked to his ex-girlfriend. She was commenting somewhere and we started talking. And I mean, she's a pretty girl. And she didn't have the best things to say about him. That's not, but again, I regret some of the things I said about him a year ago because in retrospect, it's probably stuff, didn't really need to be said. Didn't need to be said, but they were said when Blair so rudely interviewed her. Hi, Lisa Hunt. Hey, Lisa, I have a question. The other night I was in someone's chat and you said something about, oh, I can't remember where it was, and I wanted to ask you. Maybe it wasn't you, though. Did you say something about a web sleuth lawsuit or something like that? I thought maybe it was you. It might not have been. Lisa Hunt. I thought it was you. But if you did or didn't, just let me know because I was wondering what you were talking about. They don't bother me really. I mean, people in those comments kept saying, "Oh, you're just in competition. You're just in competition with JLR." How? I wouldn't have the energy to have 100,000 people. I mean, I'd love, 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 love coming on here live, doing my videos, although I'm having a problem, like doing them every day. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering what that was about, and I didn't want to, well, while you're around to ask you, but I know her pretty well, and I didn't know anything about anything like that. BHV said they have, oh my God, yes. Haley, thank you. That was the thing that I came up off the couch. I'm like, no, you didn't. BHV said they have notebooks that her and Olivia were told Audrey was in the water immediately and she helped solve the case. Okay. See, this is where Betty, I think you have to be smart to know how to, like she said that whole thing, you have to listen to her carefully. But she says all this shit that makes it sound like her and Olivia, but there's a caveat, like 4 or 5 words in there that she just throws in so that she can go back and say, well, see, I said somebody sent it or something like that, because she did throw that in. But all the rest of that was making you think her and Olivia had the notebooks. And then she'll say something dumb like, they didn't tell anybody about them. They kept them under. Okay, so you kept evidence from the case that you're trying. They didn't find notebooks. That's the dumbest shit. I swear to God. See? Oh. She always says she hasn't done one thing to help the cases. Well, she does a shame. Who are you talking about, Betty? She doesn't work with law enforcement. Do you think law enforcement would? I'm a little shocked that law enforcement in where Monkey Michael Vaughn would work with Chris McDonough. And I don't even know if I believe it all the way, but she was reading it from Reddit. At this point, I've heard 15 different things. Well, Betty talks about Reddit like it's, the Bible. Pulling from her butt. I think Olivia's a little bit slow. I think that's why her mom goes with her everywhere they go. Not slow, but super naive. Yeah, she does not care. No. And she'll get extremely mad and go off, but that's the only time she shows the real feeling. Any decent subreddit usually won't let you state anything without proof. Yeah, I don't really read Reddit. Sometimes you can. I mean, I don't not recommend. The way I research, I'll read everything. I'll read Reddit, I'll read Facebook, I'll read everything. And then from my notes, then I'll start researching. If it looks like something that I don't know already or that's interesting, then I'll research that. But you can't ever, even if 5 different places say it, you still have to research it. That's why I can't watch the news. That's all I do now is research every fucking story. So, oh, and the cactus, yeah. Hey, Mona Lisa. Washing dishes. Had to catch up earlier because I stacked too many in there. Only a video, yeah. But you know what she's thinking? This is going to be a clip. This will go now that she's seen that dumb docuseries. That's what she sees now. And Olivia is good at it because she knows what's going to go in. And she sets it up. Did y'all see the one where Olivia's standing outside a window? They're in Tennessee. And Olivia's head comes up and you can see her outside. And she says, I found a bone. I think I found a bone. Okay. Claiming to, the snake, she wouldn't let up. We all know a snake didn't bite her. And 4 days later, hey, Leo's on. And then 4 days later, she discovers a one-toothed rare snake bit her, and no one saw it for days. Yeah, and that's something I want to say. I know that when we're chatting, even when I'm on the live, I'm like, I'm going to, it's a nightmare to think what somebody might clip because you're just talking like you're in your house or on the phone. And it's the same thing when you're chatting. I will go back once I start playing the video. I'll go back later because I won't see all the chat, and I'll read the entire chat. Other people read the chat too. Like when they rewatch, they like to watch. So you kind of have to be cognizant sometimes of what you're saying in chat because other people will see it, So you have to kind of be careful if you're going to, don't spread. I mean, you can say, oh, I heard. Do you think it's true? But on researching, I do, like I said, and I think it's kind of important that the Web Sleuths lawsuit was between, the co-owner. That one I know, but it was about the way it was worded. It wasn't about that. It was about a different kind of case. Like it was more on a personal level. And like I said, I don't know of any. And I talk to her just practically every day. So that one, and that was a horrible. And that's another thing. Hey, Linky Tour, when this one mother, and I don't remember her name, and the woman is batshit, but her son unalived himself. So many times when that happens, the parents cannot accept it because, and I'm not a psychologist again, but I think sometimes it's the guilt the mother naturally feels. I don't care how good I thought I raised my child. If that happened, there's no way you don't feel like you could have prevented it. Was it something? So it's easier to blame it, like find blame. Well, sometimes the mothers they cross way over that line and actually name people, as this mother did, and has been targeting them for years and years, longer than in the Kendrick John. I mean, it's been 20 years almost. Well, Trisha and the woman from Cold Case, y'all know how I am with names. She's on her show. She's on Nancy Grace all the time. Somebody will know who I'm talking about. Anyway, well, they called her out because the woman was giving them doctored paperwork saying, look, this is I think it was the autopsy. This is what it said. The police were lying. These two people killed him. It was a kid he was coming down the stairs, and it was the positional asphyxiation, and he fell a certain way or something. But for years, I think they finally sued her. The kids finally sued her. But so Chris McDonough, when he was mad at Trisha for calling him out, this woman has posted everywhere. Well, it's a nightmare when people do that. They'll post everywhere. Then you have Chris McDonough finding all those posts and posting them on a video. I pray that she finds that video and asks Chris for help, because everybody that helps her regrets it. But yeah, that was on there. And then a lot of stuff was being written during the lawsuit, but there's a whole story, and Trisha's told it many times on her channel. So if you ever want to know, but people are relentless on the internet. And you can write whatever you want to. You can fire up your Reddit. I don't know. Reddit is kind of more. Um, well, I'm glad you came in here, Lanky. Reddit is more strict. But I think about it. Twitter, that's where JLR has written that shit about me 2 years ago. I mean, he kept on until bingo. People listened. And then look at all the shit that happened. And anybody can do it. I can take anybody in here. I can take any creator, and I promise you, could start shit with them just by writing fake crap about them. And I'm not saying the stuff about me, it was the stuff that was said on the publications, but it's only because that's what I'm saying with JLR having this following. That's what happened with Sean King. Once you get to a certain following and you have like the Daily Beast, they're not real picky about who they take information from. You'll listen to JLR. He's got 150,000. They would listen to Olivia on a story so they can say whatever they want. And now it's in print. And now you have some bitch 10 years later saying, oh, well, it was in the Daily Beast. It must be true. Or it was in, what's the other one? Snopes articles, not the fact checking, but the articles. So it must be true. But what you notice is both times it was said by the same person. And that's how you can fuck somebody up on the internet if you put your mind to it. And like on Karen Reed, that's what they're doing. These people will never get this shit stain off them. They don't care. They're just looking. They want to win a case. They want to win the guilty in the by public opinion. They pay people to do it. And it's just too easy. It's easier now than ever. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, start your own website, send in a good tip to News Nation because now Ashley Banfield has her own show. She doesn't mind taking Twitter rumor. It's insane to me. It's insane. What? You can't hear? You notice this? What? What happened? Are you okay, Linky? Lady Tor never has anything bad to say about anybody, ever. I've never seen it. Discord? That's it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we know about Discord. Thankfully, I don't write. If I write something in a private message, it's going to be something I would say to the person I'm saying it about. Okay, well, I'm going to go over here. First, if y'all want me to do a panel so y'all can come up and talk, let me put this, because I know I won't put on that much. Okay, so I'm going to put it over here. And it's 11 o'clock. Okay. It's really weird that I can't find my lives right off. Okay. Boy, the Turtle Boy thing's going to... I think they go back Tuesday. I think there's the motion to dismiss. It's me. In that case, I'm completely fascinated with. Okay, so I'm going to put this in here, and I would love to have anybody that wants to come up. I don't ask anyone to show me their picture or to show me their face. I don't see Nicole, and I was going to call her this morning, and then had other stuff happen. Okay. Yes. Okay, so Ellen's a mod. So I have mods in here. Patricia, I'm going to make you, if you don't mind. Okay. Kathy P, you are amazing. Oh, I know she is. Okay, gotta put my feet down. Just making my rounds. Okay, so we're gonna go over here, and I'm going to. Yeah, I saw that. I don't think we need more. I really thought the other night when I did a live, and I had all those comments, unbelievable. If y'all haven't seen the comments on my, uh, did I didn't do a live about it, did I, Kathy? I don't think I did. Oh, look, Lisa Hunt, you can come up. Hey, Lisa, I don't think I did one. I think I thought about it. How are you doing, Lisa?
I'm good. I just wanted to come up about the web sleuths thing for just
Oh,
a
don't
second. I
worry
don't
about
want to
it. Don't even,
sidetrack
no,
you.
no, don't
No,
worry.
I remember, I think we're in the same, I think, age bracket-ish. Maybe not, I don't know. But I'm older than a lot of people around. Anyhow, I used to be, on Twitter, and back when, Jezebel and Radar Online and all those things were popular
Oh, yeah,
on,
Jezebel, I remember.
I know, right? When before you could read things without 50 million
I
ads.
ads,
And
yeah,
anyhow, I mean, I remembered the whole web sleuth thing. I remembered because there was always like pictures of Trisha like walking down the court steps and this and that. And what made me think that it was something else was because remember when web
Trisha
sleuths,
walking out. Where did you
yeah,
see that?
a long time. I tried to find all the
Because
articles,
they
but
never
they're
went to
no
court.
longer out there.
Yeah, they never went to court. All that was done
Well,
like lawyers, and that's why I know.
I remember there being pictures of her out there.
Yeah,
I mean, I
there's a
can
lot
see
of
that.
pictures of
I have like a photographic memory. I could see like the pictures in my mind from
That's why I'm
literally like,
thinking. That's why I'm thinking
go ahead.
maybe you had it mixed up because as far as
No, because
court,
I
she
remember
never.
her. I remember following her, and I remember it's funny because I'm just gonna say I didn't like her.
Oh,
And then
really?
when she came, oh, I couldn't stand her. And then
Really?
when she came on YouTube, I was like, wow, she's really nice. She's not at all like
She is a
the
sweetheart.
press used to make her out to be. And I was like, well, maybe it's,
That's
with
why I'm
age or
thinking
something.
that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you're thinking. I mean, I know that you are saying that you do, but
No, no, no. I don't
the
remember
press
that for
would
sure.
never
But what I,
say about her.
and I know that you're friends with her. So that's why
No, I've known her 30 years. I mean, I know when she's been like the
yeah.
press saying something about her. She was when we did the John Benet Ramsey stuff. She
Hmm.
was on like a few of the inside editions and stuff like that. But as far
Hmm.
as writing about her, the people that would write shit about her would be if she banned someone, they always got mad. People got mad
Oh, yeah,
on
yeah. There's
websites.
still blogs out there about being banned from web sleuths and stuff. I
A
was banned the
whole
first time
blog.
I commented on web
But
sleuths.
she's not,
That was
she
so
wouldn't
funny.
even know half the people that got blocked,
Yeah.
banned because she had
But
moderators.
oh yeah. But the
So,
thing was is that I remember web sleuths going from being more open to being completely over
yeah, that was
moderated, strict, and
2005.
the
That's when she
okay,
bought
with
it.
all the mod snips and this and that, and you can't
Right.
write this and you can't write.
Right.
So I conflated, I think, where um the whatever lawsuit thing I remember in my head. Like I said, I remember her walking down some court
Mm-mm.
steps. I'm going to see if I can find it.
No, she
Um,
never went to court. Never. Not for that case. It was all done between lawyers. And
no, no, not that case. Maybe it was something else. I remember. I swear to
now
God.
she did a
But
petition in the Chamonix Ramsey case. She went all over trying to get this petition signed. I don't recall what it was about, but I know she had to present it at
oh,
a somewhere in a courthouse. Trisha is very you like people think they know. If you watch her show, that's Trisha. That's her. Like she's very humble. rarely will get mad, but people always thought she was mad because she had some
Yes,
moderators that I didn't like back then. But in
absolutely.
2000,
I
yeah, she had some moderators. In fact, she had a bunch of them that when I went and wrote
probably
that
turned on
blog,
her.
they turned on her because when they did that lawsuit, it was horrible. And it was
It was
like
probably
overnight.
divided with people who were on the one side and the other ones who were on the other side.
No, what it was is this woman came in and she wanted to buy half. But Trisha did, I think it was 51.49 or something like that. She didn't give
Mm,
her enough to take it. But because Trisha is not wealthy, and Trisha is like the least materialistic person you will ever meet in your life.
mhm.
Like, I'm not saying she's like Betty at all. I'm saying, but in the
Oh, I
materialistic
know.
thing, she just,
Yeah.
she needs what she likes, bead jewelry, and she likes certain shoes.
She
I
likes
mean,
bead jewelry.
bees, like little honeybees. She loves bee jewelry. Like
Oh,
she has so
bees.
many
Oh, okay.
bees. Yeah, she could fill like a car with bees. But she's not into like the fancy stuff in her
Yeah.
house. That's just not her. So
Yeah.
Sue, the woman that came in and bought in partnership with her, she thought, oh, well, I'll just make it to where she'll let me buy her out because Web Sleuths was a very big name, like even now with the name
Oh,
Web
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sleuths. But Sue didn't realize it didn't make that much money. And Trisha didn't charge. She would do fundraisers, but she didn't charge. But the ads, even I told her, Jesus Christ, I can't with the ads. They're too many. It's too much.
Yeah.
But so Sue then, because I wasn't like privy to their conversations really because we
Mm,
were friends and that was something different. But she called me and was saying, I think Trisha's taking money from the thing. Well, there wasn't any way if you knew like how it worked, how the money came in from the
mm,
ads and the people that got the bills that got paid. I think her servers like
mm,
800 a month or some crazy amount. So you
mm.
would have to pay the servers. Anyway, Sue lost. She had to settle.
Right.
But she was shocked that Trisha could fight back. And that lawsuit cost so much money that when people talk about Queen Bee's lawsuit, I know how much money it cost. It cost
Oh
so
my
much
gosh, yeah.
money, like
I know too. I
incredible.
was the what I left that message, that comment that I used to be a paralegal, and yeah, believe me, I know
Oh,
attorneys
you wrote that.
are.
You wrote that comment. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to work for a family law attorney. I was a
It takes
paralegal for a family law
nothing.
attorney.
Yeah. Even to just get a letter. Like, can I just get you to write a letter? Sure. You know,
No,
a
I mean,
thousand
yeah, and
bucks.
they'll charge you if your paralegal did it, then they're going to charge you what they charge for the paralegals
Yeah,
fee
because
for
all of
per
that's
hour,
involved.
and if it takes 10 minutes, then and say, it's $100 an hour, then they're going to, say, okay, well, 100 divided by 10, 10 or whatever, they'll figure it out,
Yeah.
and the attorneys nickel and dime you to death with all
Yeah.
that
Every
stuff.
phone call, I had a
Yep,
friend that was an attorney and he would say,
yep.
like, I would hear him, it sounded so rude, but like a family, a relative would call him or whatever. And he would say, okay, every minute you're talking to me is a minute I could be making money. Because they're like, could you
Exactly.
just give me some advice on blah, blah, blah? He's
Nope.
like, no, no, no.
No.
Because
We used
every
to
minute,
only charge we used to only charge after 5 minutes, but
yeah,
still.
there was a minimum.
I
But you
mean,
can't really get anything out.
every single form that you type, that you file, every letter, anything touching the file, you know, if it's over 5 minutes, and so with all of BHB's, emails back and forth, just that costs a
She's,
fortune. If the attorney himself is answering
yeah.
them, my God.
And that's the other thing. I don't know if you've listened to in the past, I put up some of JLR's interviews. You have some kind of noise. Is it something you can control?
No, I don't even like going on panels anymore because I
No, it's
always have
okay.
problems
It's
with
not so bad that it's, but there is something. So while I'm talking, maybe just mute
oh,
until
okay.
you talk. I don't even know what I was saying now. Um,
JLR's
that's
videos.
oh, because in his interviews, he was talking to this guy named Bobby Pickle. And it was so funny because Bobby Pickle he thought JLR was a big deal in lawsuits, right? Because he wrote so many. Well, yeah, but he was suing like the Eiffel Tower and a fire hydrant. So it wasn't anything, um, his lawsuits weren't anything to write home about. But Bobby Pickle was saying, could you help me out with this copyright lawsuit? Because this company, some like Amazon or Hulu or somebody had used the name Bobby Pickles. And the whole time the guy's trying to tell him, JLR's like, in his mind, you can tell, he's like, I don't know what the hell to tell this guy. I don't have any real advice. Um, so you can tell during the conversation, JLR's not really saying anything. He's talking back to him, but it's really not helping the guy. But one of the things he says, well, just file a lawsuit against him in every county, and then they have to answer every lawsuit you file, and then just keep pushing paperwork at them, and then they have to pay for all the paperwork, the other lawyer, and you'll just bury them in it, and then they'll settle. Well, there's a couple of things wrong with that you can't file every single
Yeah,
county.
not all attorneys are going to settle.
And not all attorneys. When she put my name on that lawsuit, I called around to attorneys just to see like how much they would charge just to do that. They didn't have jurisdiction because I knew it would get thrown out on that. But I just wanted to get it over with. You can't find an attorney to take the case, like to file a defamation case about against a nobody. Try
Right.
it. They're not going to do it because they're not going to make
Yeah.
anything. You don't have
No.
anything. They don't have anything. It's not going to be a contingency. So
Right.
that's why Betty files pro se. That's why JLR in prison. It's all he had time to do. So whatever.
Right.
But that lawsuit was she was, I think she has PTSD to this day from
Oh,
just the betrayal of it. Now, before
yeah.
2005, it was a circus. Like you could say anything you want about anybody you wanted to. It was,
Right.
Betty and JLR all day, every day. So when
That's what I
she came in,
remember.
yeah. So her rules were if they haven't been named as suspects, you can go in a private DM and talk about it all you want to. You can go in there and discuss it. But out in the public forum, you couldn't just throw people under the bus and start tearing them apart and, going through their Facebook and doing all that kind of crap. So
When
that
did Trisha get web sleuths? She wasn't the one who didn't she?
2005,
So
2005.
she bought it from somebody else, right?
Yeah. She bought it from River somebody named River, I think. So yeah, she bought it from that woman, and
Maybe
then that became a nightmare.
maybe the prior person got sued or something because I remember it was like because they were just naming people and that sort of thing, which back
That was
then
that other one. Yeah. I think
wasn't
she got
such a
sued.
wasn't it's not like it is now where you had to read pages and pages and pages of stuff, and not many people are going to read all those pages of stuff and then go and start researching those people's names and stuff like that, where on YouTube the information is just a lot quicker if you just throw people's names out and stuff, and then you've got a couple hundred people watching, and so even if 10 out of those couple hundred people are going to start nosing into
Yeah, but the
things
way
they shouldn't be.
right, but the reason she doesn't, and then when someone is no longer missing, like they find like a teenager, well, they'll put it up
Mhm.
that they're missing, but when they're found, she takes their name off because it's
Yeah.
not so much. You have to mute again because it's distracting to me. It's not so much that, like you said, it is very, unless you're on the case from the beginning and you get to page 500, well, you're not going to go back and try to figure out everything everybody said. But if you do a search on a certain person, then all that's going to come up conveniently where you can see all the shit that was said about them. And that's why she came up with the rule of only using initials so that, you know, if that person is found not guilty or whatever, you can't find much about them if it's just their initials. Otherwise, you have to go through all those pages. I mean, she had it down really good. My only complaint was the ads. And I mean, I don't know how many times I complained about the ads because, you know, you can go to other places that don't have ads and just like YouTube. I'll pay to have the ads taken off of anything because I hate them. But Web Sleuth,
I
when
think
I
the
was
ads are
on,
gone. I
yeah,
think they're
because
gone on Web Sleuths now.
yeah, because there was a thing that happened. But yeah, all the ads are gone now. And but I was on there from like I was really my career during like most of that time. I would go on and if I got really into a case, I would always comment. Like we had another forum before that, and then another one before that. And then Web Sleuth just she's had it for all that time. But I don't even know what I was gonna say. Damn it, I hate that.
What were the
But I would
what
go,
were
I
the
got
other
really
ones named?
huh?
What were those other websites named? I'm just curious if I ever read
There
them.
was Justice, what was the first one? I was looking it up the other day. You can't really find a lot about it, but it was one was Forums for Justice. That's still up. And then it was Justice something, Justice Watch, maybe. And oh my God, we had so much fun on that one. But we started together. That's how I met her, was on John Benet Ramsey. And internet was, you know, all that shit was new. There was Yahoo Chat. And she and I met way back then. And so then I forget the name of that. She actually bought that one from the owner. And then she changed the name of it. But God, that was so long ago. She knows the name of it because I asked her the other day, I was going to look up something. And my name on that one was V_P. And you can go on websites, like I said, all these people going, oh, all you ever wrote about were three. No, you can go on Web Sleuth and my name on there is Sleuthing with a Porpoise, I think, some stupid name. But it's all on there. And I loved it. I mean, I would go on there, but if you know a case, then it was very enjoyable to go back and forth with people and, hey, Julie. And then once you learn how to work it, it's easier, you know, but I just couldn't do the ads. The ads got way too much. Because I
It's
mean,
kind of like
like,
it's kind of too sanitized now. Like I don't
no,
everybody's a lot of
oh,
people are very
now? Yeah.
sappy. Like for me with true crime, I mean, I've been since I was a kid. And
Yeah.
so whenever oh, we must pray for the little angel baby and that's not for me, true crime is the
Well,
psychology of it, the why. I'm not interested in the victim and their past well,
they,
except for the victimology, but meaning the psychiatry behind,
well,
not
you could talk about
victimology.
the victims, but what you couldn't do is start that you think, because a lot of people think, take Betty, for instance. A lot of people can think they can conjecture a lot from a coincidence or something that looks like it could be this person. And I'm telling you, on the other, the one before that, you know, the way it was run, you could put if you just thought that person did it, then you're looking at their Facebook, the friends of Facebook. That's how JLR still does it. That's where he gets. And it's a good way if you want to investigate, but it's very intrusive. I mean, it's super. And he doesn't just connect some dots and like, oh, that's their cousin who was married to the perp's daughter or something. You know, it's not like you're making just a connection. He's calling them, he's writing emails to them, he's messaging them, he's recording them. It goes a little too far. But
Absolutely. That's why I don't even know if I had Facebook back then, but I got rid of Facebook
yeah,
ages
got
ago.
Facebook.
Ages ago. Oh, it's so gross, just so gross. And I'm so glad,
And people are
especially now
so, go ahead, I'm sorry.
being on YouTube, I'm thrilled that I I don't have Facebook and haven't had it in a long time.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know which website still does the whole Facebook thing? They bring over people's Facebooks, but are you familiar with Dream and Demon?
Yes. I followed them forever.
I
Well,
still,
not
every
so much
once in a
now,
while,
but
I'm sorry?
I said not so much now, but years ago I did.
Yeah,
They were good.
I still bring them up every once in a while, if I'm bored, because they always have like a lot of recent cases, and they keep their missing, they keep the founds up there. So, but anyways, I don't want to keep you. I want you to go ahead and play your video. I don't want to bore people. So I just wanted to tell you
No,
about
you're
that. And
not boring at all.
if you talk to Trisha tomorrow, tell her I thought the same thing. I didn't like her 15 years ago, and then when she got a YouTube channel, I was like, oh my God, she's so
Yeah,
nice.
it's so funny because she is really a good person. I mean, a really good person. If people knew like what she does for other people, if you said, "Oh my God, here," and she did win the lottery one time, but if you just handed her $100,000 or whatever, the first thing she would do is give it to other people. And of course, she would use it for what, she needs, but that's how she is. And I mean, will go out of her way to help people. She right now lives 4 hours away, 5 hours. And it's a long drive, but she'll come and stay with me. And,
Oh,
when she lived
sounds like
in,
a good friend.
she is a good person. And people, when you read all that crap, that, and like for me, I tried to get that stuff off of Daily Be even threatened them, but because someone told them that it was a quote, then they're not responsible because it was a quote. And so, I'm fucking stuck with it. And that's the way it goes. That's why I didn't want anybody to know my name, because of all this shit I went through before. And that's just Trisha just eats it. She's like, well, they're gonna say what they're gonna say. What am I gonna do? You know?
Yeah. Well, luckily it was, I did, like I said, it was on Jezebel and Radar and all these
It
other
was
different things,
everywhere.
and I remember thinking, oh, what a jerk or something, or I don't know, she was mean or something, I can't remember,
No, it
but
was what they were
you know,
saying. And there was a letter that was put out that wasn't by her, but they had put her, and even Chris McDonough put that up. I think that was the one he put up. And it wasn't from her. But this forum, I think actually the woman died that had the forum. And then you can't get shit taken off, period. If they continue, if for some reason the website continues to be paid for by some possibility, it's probably down now, but you can just write whatever you want to. You could go to a website, and it was kind of a not one that's real well known. Remember Topics, Topix? Do you remember
I
that
do.
website? Okay, well,
Yep.
they were sued, and the same lawyer that the plaintiffs used to sue Topics is the one Trisha has, and they won.
Oh,
But then it was big time. But Topics went down. I mean, that's how much it cost Topics. And that's why, if you're the owner of something like that, Trisha was safe. The only person that sued her was that damn her partner because she wanted the whole thing. But she never got any kind of defamation and for an owner, that's a big deal because it costs a lot of money, obviously.
oh yeah. Let me ask you one more question. Since you're back in the blog times, do you remember a long time ago there was a little girl who was adopted from Russia by a man in I think his last name was Lancaster,
No. I mean, we could have
and she
talked
was
about it.
you. Oh,
She was what? What did you say,
oh
Lisa?
no, no, I was muting so you could talk. I thought you were
Oh,
going to say something.
no. No,
Her
why?
name was like Misha or something, and then later in years she was on like Dr. Phil or something. But there was a woman who she had a website or a blog, whatever, because then after this poor little girl was like used for a bunch of different stuff.
Mm,
Then she got adopted by this, I think her name was Sue, and
yeah.
that woman was absolutely nuts. And she had like she was so prominent back in those times. I'll have to, I don't know. Okay,
The
I
owner
just
of the
wondered if you were,
website. The owner of the website was.
yeah, she was absolutely nuts. I forget what her name was. I was gonna,
Well, oh, I know
she,
who you're talking about. I know who the owner is. Her name was Sue, and she had web sleuths, but it was spelled differently. And in the John Benet Ramsey case, she believed in the intruder theory. Is that who you're talking about? Like
no,
nuts.
no,
Lived in Hickory.
this, yeah,
Hickory,
this,
South
no,
Carolina. No, okay.
no,
Huh,
no.
how weird.
All right, well, I'm gonna let you go, hon.
All right.
Okay, well, you take care, and
It
I'll
was
just keep
great talking
watching
to you.
and
I
watch
love
your video.
talking. Yeah, I love talking
Yeah,
about
I
old
know.
stuff. All right, sweetie.
I know. Okay,
Bye.
bye.
Trying to cut a pill. Hold on. Damn it. Okay, what's everybody talking about? Vape juice is glycerin, and that doesn't seem like it's something. It doesn't. There's unless it's the flavored ones that are bad. And from the vapes where you refill, like people put all kinds of crap, but I don't think glycerin is harmful. But what do I know? But I don't know why they want to. They don't ban cigarettes. They do. I just got a notice the other day about people smoking in their apartments and all that. I mean, I get it, but it's like, where do you have to go if you smoke? Like on the street? Make me cough. Well, I have one of those kind of vapes that I have candy that has the same thing. That shit makes me cough bad. My mom always been a smoker. Yeah, I smoked. I think glycerin is oily something. And so the glycerin is in the ones that have the all the mechanical stuff on it. Okay, I'm gonna hold on one second. Every time I get on here, I get a headache. Did I see Nicole B? There you are. The good vape. And a hookah. I never did a hookah. I think my daughter told me she went to hookah bars, but after COVID, nah, I'm good. I mean, I've never done it anyway. So 1 second. Glycerin. Oh, is glycerin in a hookah? So is there glycerin in the like disposable vapes? Because I've had those before. Fennel is brain sucking, I always say. Hi, Renee, you want to come up? Okay. Does anybody know about the sticks? I want to participate, but don't. Yeah, I don't even. Once in a great while, after like a really good meal and I'm going to have a cup of coffee, that's when I would miss like that relaxing, just something about having a cigarette after a meal with a cup of, I don't know. That's when once in a blue moon I'll miss it. And not being able to breathe doesn't help. Hookah is a cold. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get what it is. Okay, let's put that away. I quit for a while and would run. So you smoked? Oh, after you quit. I used to run and smoke, and I smoked, but I mean, it didn't seem to affect it. I'd run to the store to get cigarettes too. Okay, I'll settle down over here. Let's go over here And if anybody wants to come up, you're going to have to tell me in chat that you're over there. Otherwise, I won't see you. I'll just see your chat on my phone. That up. Okay, this video is so crazy. I'm going to stop reading chat for a minute. And here we go. Oop. Oh, you know what? Oh, no, that's... Do y'all want to read the chat too, or just the... see. Sometimes I like to read the chat. Okay, here we go.
Carolina, where there might be many victims. Her family has been struggling so much to find answers, and they have been met with lies after lies after lies from a lot of people that...
God, I hate her intro so much. Isn't it like 10 minutes? Just keeps adding shit to it. Okay, here we go.
In Livingston, we were there in Texas the whole time, a whole week.
A little fast. Little fast.
7 days we were there. We arrived the 15th, left the 22nd. And
her all the way, she just, it's like she takes on this persona and the going back and forth and leaning in. And why are you wearing your press pass at your desk? Yes, let's all do the serenity prayer. You can go ahead and lead it. Since I can't say your name, Sincere stuff. Okay, here we go.
The amount of I can't remember. Maybe we've gotten an Amber Alert once when we went to a state. Guys, we had 5 or 6 Amber Alerts in that.
Betty, I live in Texas, and there were not 5 or 6 Amber Alerts. Not in Livingston or where I am, which is like, I think you were here when you went to Livingston. But you did get 5. I don't even think I looked like a week ago at the Amber Alert, and I think there were 5 at the time, like all over. Hold on one second. Okay.
That 7-day period out there in Texas. I mean, it is absolutely concerning. I don't know what else to say about it. It is absolutely, utterly concerning, the level of Amber Alerts that we received. So before we get started this morning, let me just back up. It's the first time
Why does she even say things like that? Like we have all those, an Amber Alert is a missing, endangered person. Now, it could have happened. I'm not going to call her a liar. Hey, Rowena. But I live here, and I get Amber Alerts, and that didn't happen here to me.
I've been able to actually sit down and say hi to you guys. So good morning, The Real Me Too, Sheila, Elsie. It's lovely.
Hi, Monica.
Lovely to see you. Manic Mama T. Jules is up in the house. Good morning.
Thank you, Nicole. Nicole wins the prize for the first mod, not the first mod, but that told me before 2 hours passed to take the comment.
Morning. We have
No, I don't do Proton anymore. Hold on. Heels in the Air. It's 2 heels in the air at gmail.com. Okay.
Have Jenna. Good morning. Stacy, Jack's girl, Maddie Down. Good morning, all. Who do we have here? Alabama mom of 4 and baby Yoda the trucker. It is nice to see you guys.
Okay, we got to get away from this. But I did notice, because you hear this if you clip her or whatever, you kind of get used to the names, and it's always the same ones. I noticed she has names that I've never heard before. So she did pick up. Let me see how many. I thought she got her other channel back. What happened? Yeah, 2 heels in the air at gmail.com. How many? 4,000. That's pretty good. I mean, that's pretty good for her new endeavor.
Put ourselves in a lot more danger than, say, our male counterparts.
Okay. Yeah, let's go here. Okay.
I don't know what else to say about it. It is absolutely, utterly concerning, the level of Amber Alerts that we received. So before we get started this morning, let me just back up. It's the first time I have been able to actually sit down and say hi to you guys. So,
But I didn't go far enough. Yeah, it's her arrogance and her voice. The arrogance is pretty bad. I'm so bad about getting ahead. Here we go. We'll just.
It's nice to see you, my beautiful. I hope you're doing very, very, very well. Second thesis, 310. It's nice to see you. Love, not war. Blue eyes. Good morning.
See, I've never heard of these people anywhere. Hey, Crispy Treat.
Morning. It is nice to see you all here this morning. Our beautiful Sonia is up in the house, shaking and baking. Nice and early this morning. I hope
you're a partner in crime, right, Betty?
Everybody has their.
Did y'all know that Sonia used to mod for Doug? Oh, what is it? The creator that was beat up in front of his house. She used to be I think there was some kind of controversy there, but I don't know what it is.
Cup of Joe, their tea, or whatever beverage you decide this early in the morning. We don't judge here on the Bullhorn Betty channel, okay? We realize some people work at night and the morning.
Or some people drink in the morning.
Is their evening, so we're not going to be judgmental this morning. Cynthia, actually, we will be. I've got a lot to say this morning.
Oh,
I've got a lot to say. Pete, it's nice to see you. Good morning. Good morning.
I swear to God, sometimes you have to laugh. You just have to laugh when it's almost like watching. It really is like watching a character rather than. I hate that Texas just changed criteria needed for Amber Alert. Oh, I live here. I didn't know that. So it makes sense there would be. But I lit Mona Lisa. I promise you. I get the Amber Alerts, and unless Livingston, if she's saying just in Livingston, but I mean, did we change the criteria to? I'll have to look it up. Like I said, I'm not going to call her a liar. I'm just saying I've never gotten like 5 Amber Alerts in, I'm going to go with a month.
Good morning, Arkansas. Good morning. It's nice to see
Thessalonians. Is that what it was? Hold on.
See you, my love. So many of you guys know we kind of, Olivia and I had a secret getaway, right? We weren't really going to tell. My mods didn't even know. They had no clue what state I was going to until I arrived at the state. Nobody knew what we were doing. We did that by design. We were actually going out there. Olivia approached me because, you know, we're single female, so we're not going into like craziness, okay? You know, I mean, even with mom and everything.
Didn't she say in her lawsuit that she's so scared she doesn't like to go anywhere?
We're still 3 females, okay? We're not stupid that, you know, we can put ourselves in a lot more danger than, say, our male counterparts, okay? We assess these things going into any.
Can you imagine some guy that would try to grab her and throw her in his car? I mean, I'm not laughing about that, but Betty would be like the wrong one. The very wrongest one I can think of to do that. I mean,
case
are talking them out of it once they get her in the car.
Like the Summer Wells case. We decided to bite the bullet and go into that case, even though we were.
You'll notice it's always like shorter. I think she's 5 foot. It's the shorter girls and usually much younger girls, but little, petite, they're just easier.
You know, concerned about her safety. Either way, we decided we wanted to. Olivia approached me when we were the last trip we went out to go for Layla Santinello, and to go by and get some footage that area as well as Summer Wells. Okay.
Yeah, I can take any of her videos, any of them on Summer Wells, and dispute almost everything she says. All the clues she thinks she has, all the witness statements. There are 3 things to remember in the Summer Wells case. That the last thing TVI told us, no sign of no evidence of an abduction, no evidence of foul play, and the most likely scenario was she wandered off. That's it. That's what we've got. Everything
So
else.
she approached me, and since things had calmed down in Eagle Pass, she wanted to go to Eagle Pass and see the border. And I was like, yeah, so we looked online there in Tennessee, and we realized everything was ultra affordable. And so we decided.
Don't y'all think that the Soto case was a cover anyway? Because for her to come to San Antonio, it's not that far to the border. Why would she come all the way here and then go to Livingston? I mean, I get it. There was a missing child, but I don't think it was ever about the Soto case. I think she's trying to compete with JLR.
It would go to the border. We just didn't really want any commotion, any problems. We attract attention.
What's
okay?
going now?
And
hold on.
So we just kept it hush hush. So we went down.
What are you talking about? Wait, ask, but I can't right now. So if anyone wants to join, let her know. What's pinned? I don't have anything pinned. Do I? Oh. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, it's pinned. I'm sorry.
Down there to.
I thought I had another message pinned.
Go to Savannah Soto. We were flying into San Antonio, and we had just got off the Savannah Soto case. So why not go by there and get a perspective, where everything is, how everything happened, and things like that. Well, when we both flew in, believe it or not, we were able to time it very well. Where her flight flew in about 2 minutes before.
Crispy treat. Yeah, I said it earlier that Tim Miller from EquiSearch, it was his sonar that found her, according to Tim from EquiSearch, on Nancy Grace. Good night. Hey, Cheese, I didn't even see you come in. How'd I miss you? Good night. Have a good night.
For my flight, or vice versa, I can't remember.
Yeah.
And we all both, even though we were coming from two different states, we both arrived at the airport around the same time.
Okay, there's a reason that she's saying all this. There's way too many details in something nobody needs to know. So there's a reason why she's detailing this for whatever reason.
And
we should have a game. Whoever guesses it, it'll come out. But
as soon as we started to land, I mean, you start getting air service at some type of feet in the air. I don't know what the feet is. Okay, I'm
Wi-Fi.
not to try to assume that, but as you're in the decline going into the airport, your phones just magically start working, and you got right. And so as we're landing, everybody's phone is just like a freaking siren.
Okay, so that's what she's doing. That's why all of this animation and it's going down, and I don't know what it's. Because she's saying that's why we didn't stay for the Soto case, because they were really going for the border, and this popped up, and everybody's phone was going off. Everybody turned their phone on at the same time. All those people with zip codes from other areas, like her phone wouldn't have done a Texas Amber Alert, right? Am I right? Because it goes by my zip code. Like, I don't get Florida's Amber Alerts. I don't know why she would get our Amber Alerts.
On this airplane, everybody's getting these Amber Alert notifications literally going into the airport. And so,
bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. But why?
We finally get up and meet up. We had some issues with the rental, trying to give us a pickup truck, which we can't do pickup trucks. We've got our belongings, and they're not going to be open just for anybody. We ordered a closed vehicle. We got a pickup. So there were some minor problems picking up the vehicle. And then we immediately go out. We drop our stuff off, get checked into the hotel, and immediately go out, start filming and looking at the Savannah Soto. By this time, it's nighttime, which is kind of, it wasn't preferable, but things happen for a reason, and I think it was the appropriate, because everything for them happened at night, and it kind of gave us, and it'll give you a nighttime perspective, kind of when this happened. So that stuff will be going out. So as we were discussing that night, we're like, Eagle Pass, Olivia approached me, and she's like, look, there's an 11-year-old, and I said, I got the Amber Alert as well. And she's like, well, she's still missing, and this is like
how did you get the Amber Alert? How? Am I wrong about this? Is there something thing that you can put on your phone and get Amber Alerts for every single city and every single state? Because I don't think so. And Olivia, there's some reason why she's explaining to her subs that what they paid for, the Soto case that they were interested in, will now be diverted to Audrey's case. Yeah. Typical triangulated area, but I do not doubt there being an app. I think there has to be an app. Maybe it's triangulate. I don't know, but I don't get Amber Alerts. You could be right. It's kind of like geolocation. I just don't. I think they're making an excuse. I just don't think she got the Amber Alert, and that all the people that wanted her to do the Soto case, she's putting. Why not just say we got an Amber Alert, so we're going to Lake Livingston? But you could be right, within a certain number of miles in order to concentrate. So everybody in the air, like everybody on the plane, she could be right, but I think she's making an excuse, and it's taking way too long to go to. And who cares, except for the people that paid her, or, that wanted her to go. People that lie put way too much detail.
A few hours after it happened. And so we started talking about it, and we said, you know what? The border can wait. The border's going to be there. The border hasn't left the border for ever since the United States was the United States. So this
way too much detail, like way too much detail.
Child needs, some eyes on.
Look at her eyes. I mean, this is 2 years. I'm trying to figure this woman out. Like, when is she lying? When is she not? When is she crazy? When is she Dolly? When is she JLR? When is she Molly?
Her case. And so we decided to make the 4.5 hour trip to Livingston.
Lanky. Betty is a liar. I think her parents bought her a flight after she cornered them. Yeah, they've probably been doing it forever.
Texas. And when we got there, we had already done.
See, now I think she's like thinking, how did that go?
Research. We had a good 4 hours to do some really significant research into the matter on the drive down there, and discussions. And, honestly, between Olivia and I, we kind of had already, before even getting in Livingston, Texas, had already identified that she was most likely deceased. And
fucking amazing. Who is she talking? She's not talking to the people that have been following her. Oh my God. And that look on her face, like, we already knew. We got an Amber Alert at 7, and by 10 p.m., me and Brains, Olivia over there, figured it out.
Because of the allegations and some of the stuff we were hearing, was most likely in where she was found.
Oh.
And so we were kind of hoping that wasn't the case. And, then we started, it was kind of a little wonky with law enforcement. So we were wondering, were we wrong with our assessment? Is she could.
What was wonky with law enforcement? Were you in touch with them, or do you mean kind of wonky that they were dragging the lake? Wonky, they didn't call you? What was wonky?
Could she be on ground? Because we hadn't been searching ground. We've been kind of staying where the water.
What? Because we hadn't searched. I couldn't even make this shit up. Like, I couldn't make it up. Is she reading this from a script? I have to speed her up. It's way too slow.
Waterways were right in and around that Livingston Dam, and the bodies of water in and around that Livingston Dam area down to the wet decks and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Those were things that were realized fairly
Yeah.
early on in our approach to this entire case. And so we were kind of more in an observatory manner. We already knew about Don Stephen McDougal.
Not observatory manner. Next time you write a script, run it through one of those programs like, what is that one, Gemini?
We already knew about him. He was already being plastered. We are literally within, I want to say 30 or 40 minutes of us hearing about this.
She looks like she's on Ozempla. Is that Ozempic? Because I've heard a lot about Ozempic, but I don't quite know what it is. I know comedians talk about it all the time. But is it speedy? Is it like a... Because I'm not going to accuse her, but some days she seems quicker than others.
Amber Alert, we started seeing stuff coming in about this Don Steve McDougal. And it was very, very concerning. We were starting to look into his background, and I was just mortified by that point. Mortified. And if I didn't...
You were looking at Twitter, and then look at how hard is it to look. She follows Twitter and gets a lot of this, but she'll say, oh, it's a weight loss. And she'll say how...
If I didn't already think what I had thought, I definitely thought it at this point after looking into his background.
Andrew, hey, hot stuff.
It was that concerning for me, and knowing that he was around this young girl, it was a recipe for disaster. I don't know who in their right mind thought that this was okay. We're going to be getting into that today because I cut my mouth.
So she thought all of this in a 4-hour drive. She had, by the time she got to Lake Livingston from San Antonio, which is a nice drive, they had it all figured out. And one of the first things she said, because I watched the first hour, she said they had tried to call the mother, but the mother didn't answer, which is something she's going to regret for the rest of their lives, the rest of her life, like many cases that we cover. I don't know which other cases, but her mother didn't have custody of her. But she didn't know that in those first hour with all the research.
I'll shut in an effort just to allow some grieving time, but we're going to get down to brass tacks about this case, and we're just going to put it all on the table. And that's how we roll over here. It upsets people. So we're going to be most likely upsetting somebody today.
Oh, you love it, life.
So before we get started, I'm just going to give you guys the preview, the very first video made in this matter as we were heading to this case.
Okay, please. All right. What is that saying? Oh, abducted.
Audrey Cunningham. She's 11 years old. She was supposed to be picked up by the bus at her bus stop, and she never made it to school.
If they spent as much time actually looking for missing kids as they do editing and taking their sound bites, I bet they could find a bunch of kids.
It was reported they never picked her up. Hi guys, we're Betty. I'm here in Texas. Lydia and I flew in to cover 2 other cases here in Texas, but as soon as we land, we received Amber Alerts that there was a missing child. This is Audrey's father, Joshua, and his friend, Stephen Dougal. It is reported that Stephen actually...
Who is he with in this picture? Does anybody know? Is that a wife or a girlfriend? Andrew's going to start with
to the bus stop. I have not been able to confirm that information, but what we uncovered about Stephen McDougal is enough to make the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
Hold on. Wait, Betty. Wait.
At her bus stop, and she never made it to school. The school has reported they never picked her up. Hi guys, Bullhorn Betty. I'm here in Texas. Lydia and I flew in to cover 2 other cases here in Texas, but as soon as we land, we received Amber Alerts that there was a missing child. This is Audrey's father, Joshua, and his friend, Stephen Dougal. It is reported that Stephen actually drove Audrey to the bus stop. I have not been able to confirm that information, but what we uncovered about Stephen McDougal is enough to make the hair on the back of your neck.
But she can't confirm even the most basic fact of the case But and we all know Stephen McDougal most likely did this to her. We know that now. But 4 hours in, she's got it figured out, except for whether she made it to the bus stop or not.
Stand up. We went back to 2007, and there is a plethora of information.
A plethora. Raise your hand if you can tell me what plethora means. Anybody? Plethora? Can anybody spell plethora? Okay. There you go. Anna Renee. How long has she been saying plethora and we've been saying plethora? Years. And she still says it. That she's like, I'll bet she doesn't even look it up. She just thinks we're wrong and she's right.
Related to this man and how he feels about children. This man should have never been around Audrey, let alone driving her to a bus stop. If in fact,
Sorry,
Audrey,
it was my short. So the full video is obviously on my TikTok.
Yeah.
But that was just to let you know, we hadn't even put our feet on the ground in Livingston when that video was produced.
Okay. So you already had the guy good for I guess you believe murder, because why else would you be so mad? Within 4 hours. I think if they knew she was in there 2 days, I don't remember when Betty arrived, actually. Tuesday?
When I put together that video, we hadn't even gotten into Livingston. That's the amount of information that we were able to amass prior to even getting there. And it was scary.
Okay, Mash, because plethora is not a word. It's plethora, like in abundance. A plethora. A lot. She says plethora. She also says, what's the other one? Hyperbole? For hyperbole?
I have to tell you, it was scary. And when we got there,
And I'm not saying everybody knows all the words. I'm just saying if you have said it over 2 years, 20 times, and you know people clip you and make fun of that word, she still won't change it.
we could see law enforcement out there. We could see them penetrating the area. We saw, several news people.
So does Michelle said, she always tries to make her audience think that it's so dangerous, so scary. What she does, she is so full of it. She is a POS. And so does JLR. He's like, I'm out here on the front lines for JLR Investigates.
At this time, thank you, Danielle. Sorry, Danielle. I know the mom in this case and why she didn't have Audrey. She don't.
Yeah. So Danielle Sky Eagle is, for $20, is giving her a piece of information. Let's see what she does with it.
Have any of her children. Now 2 of 4 are dead. So
I
sad and pray. Yes, Danielle. And not only that, we're going to get into that because I'm going to have a lot to say.
She has 2 dead children. Come on in. Niece. So, niece says, come on in, JLR. One of my comments on my famous last JLR thing. I just love the way JLR tells us. It's so cute. Come on in. Those, I'm telling you got to read the comments. They're great. I didn't know she had lost 2. That's awful.
And it's going to probably be a little shocking because right now I feel absolutely, my heart is broken for Cassie, and that is Audrey's mother.
Okay.
And there's a lot of people that are.
And so, which other case did she do this? I know with Brandy, she started off, hi Trace. With Brandy Neal, it started off, there was something off about the way Brandy Neal was crying. She didn't really seem like she was crying to me. Yeah, right, Crispy Treat? Anyway. So she did the same thing with Brandy Neal until Dolly was going to go see Brandy Neal, and Betty went, and then Brandy Neal was absolutely fine, and she was. But this is her trying to. Probably Olivia's busy trying to get interviews with the mother, and so she's saying nice things. She didn't say nice things for the first couple of days, especially when she called her. She didn't call her anything. She wrote a nasty post, basically saying people can screw off if they don't like what I'm saying.
Placing judgment on her. Let me just correct something very, very quickly. She did not have any type of possession, custody, or control over her daughter prior to this. We don't know the circumstances. This channel here, I am been in recovery for a really long time. Have I done my recovery perfectly?
Well, a crispy treat at this point, like what, 3 days after her body has been found, he has even been charged yet. That's the thing. Like, I wouldn't be defending anybody right now. Like, I don't know that. Are you defending him or just saying there could be other reasons? We don't know. We don't know anything. We don't know the dynamic. We could go watch TikTok and people can tell us all kinds of shit. But until we know something, any other parent that didn't, oh, I lost it. It's hard for me to read the thing. But right now, we don't know. Sometimes when you hear the other side of something, you can be kind of amazed that you didn't think of it. Like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. We just don't know. I'm just saying that people don't need to judge all. They don't need to, and they don't have the equipment to. Law enforcement does. I think this case is basically, why are we investigating? I think it's, there's one, let me go see if I can find it real quick. I had it. Nope. I have all the paper, all of his, that thing that, all the case stuff. I joined Plunder's Patreon today to get it. Let me see. Here it is.
John Stephen McDougal, the
Can y'all
family
see
friend
that?
accused of killing 11-year-old Audrey Cunningham in
This was the
Houston,
day he turned
Texas,
himself
is now
in.
charged with capital murder, according to
Ugh.
the newest court documents released by Polk County. McDougal, who is already in jail in connection with an unrelated assault case, was ordered to be held without bond.
That's him.
Video footage and cell phone data places McDougal at 3.
And he's talking to law enforcement. But, okay, I'll let you watch it without, well, I should comment since I don't want to get copyright. So he's talking to what appears to be law enforcement. I don't know who's taking the video that doesn't blur out a license plate. But anyway, he goes in the store, then comes back out, and then goes and turns himself in.
Locations of interest, including along the Trinity River, where Audrey's body was recovered on Tuesday, according to the criminal complaint. Investigators say McDougal had agreed to take the girl to a school bus.
Is this Betty talking? Is that her? TikTok? It is. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that.
Stop the morning that she disappeared, but never arrived. In the complaint, a sheriff deputy said there's evidence
Where did you get
McDougal
this
lied about his
video?
whereabouts and activities on the day of February 15th. A large rock was found tied to Audrey's body when her remains were discovered, the court documents say. The rope used was consistent with the rope observed in McDougal's vehicle on a traffic stop 2 days prior, which we just showed. I, as well as the Bullhorn Betty family and the Coffee Club, would like to send our deepest condolences to Audrey Cunningham's family.
Well, I guarantee you that is not her footage of him standing in front of the store. So she's likely, JLR does it all the time. And they say they took the footage.
Friends
Rizzy
and
is
the
great.
children that know nothing about this type of crime that now.
I heard on Grizzly Hood News, it was a gentleman that lives in Texas. It does kind of like what she does. Oh, does anybody know who took the video in front of the convenience store?
Now
If
have
you
to
know, let me
face
know.
the reality of losing
Yeah,
their
she
classmate.
obviously did. Yeah, she obviously did, but I didn't go through all the TikTok. Oh, you do? Okay, I'm going to stop reading. Let's go back over here. Right. There we go.
In that really long time, I have not.
What is
I
she?
have not.
Why?
But I'm not going to sit here and judge a mother that may have
Is she swearing to something?
had some problems back when this child was 2 years old. This family, her father's family, clearly has money. Okay. I drove by that house. When you have a parent that has money and has had the custody of that child for a significant,
That family has money? What? The father's family has money? Because I don't think so.
time, the chances and how much harder it is to get that child back is something that many people don't go through or understand. But you know what? At the end of the day, this woman never got to
That video was from Fox 4.
say goodbye to her own daughter. Her own daughter. She never got to hug her daughter.
Okay, well, that's
And
not
she was
part-
far from being responsible for putting this monster.
See, you don't know that. You don't know that any more than you know the circumstances of the grandmother calm down, or the circumstances of the father. You have no idea. The mother could be total trash. We do not know. We don't know.
Anywhere near her daughter. It is from
And if those text messages are genuine, then the mother was also going back and forth with McDougal. But I need to know where the text messages came from. Hi, Camelot. On replay?
where I sit. I have not seen anything where she's been abusive to her daughter. I have not seen anything where she's harmed her daughter. It is my understanding that this was something that her mother did to herself that may have affected her daughter at a younger age. We are not going to sit here and judge that.
Are we not? You're just going to say it. Like another creator I know. You're just going to say it, but you're not going to judge on it. Okay. Crispy treat. Yeah, that's what I heard was what you said. They're saying that this father paid a judge. Yeah, okay. I don't even want to even know who they are or if there are records. You don't have court records. If there are records of that, paying judges off, so that family does not look like people with money to me. I mean, I guess everything's relative. What does Betty think looks like money? It wouldn't be living in Lake Livingston unless it's like a weekend away from home.
Woman, while she's burying her daughter for something she did 9 years ago. That we're not going to do. But we are going to condemn the people that put this monster into this child. We will do that. That is what we do plan on doing here on the Bullhorn Betty channel.
Do you think people don't believe you? I believe you. But it's kind of pointless. Like, what are you going to do with the information? Crazy face. Are you going to give it to the police? You're going to go gossip with them about the mother? They're going to know all of this. I wonder if she does that. Like, all the shit she says on here, do you think she like writes to the police every day and tells them, hey, Bullhorn Betty here, I've got information on the well-to-do skanky grandmother. I think, blah, blah, blah. I bet she does. Do you not think they probably have been? Yeah. Well, this is pointless. Why? They've got him. They have her. Why? I don't think she'll carry it on much. I think why didn't you go back to San Antonio and cover the case you told your subs you were going to cover? This is all an excuse for, wow, this is very important and we're going to, whatever.
Because at the end of the day, yes, she was loved.
We don't have to imagine, Julie. We've seen proof of it now with SF Investigates.
And I get that. And I'm sorry. But there's more to this story. And I believe
if they have money, I hope they do runs with scissors. The father, family, and friends don't appear like people. I hope they do have money. In fact, I hope they do. And I hope they see this. Just say, I hope they do.
we're going to find out that they're possibly, I can't figure out this age difference, this age gap between this man and the father. But when I saw the photos of them all going to Florida, yes, this has been around this girl's life for a little bit of time, which is really disgusting and just makes my blood boil even more. It appeared that mom.
I am so in agreement that people should not bring shit people around their kids. Go play with shit people somewhere else. Don't even let them know you have kids. If they're shit people like him, and he's a shit person. I agree with you 100%, Betty. I agree with that. I have no argument that as easy as it is now, you look at the guy, he's like, got a swastika. You might just put his name in, then verify. $30 or whatever it is, you can, real quick, done. I mean, you don't have to say, why would they? Why would anybody let your kids around? I'll never get that. And it's been going on for especially women who get a boyfriend. They know his shit. They know he's got heels. I mean, heels. I'm heels. Andrew, you always tell me you hope I'm feeling better. Like, better than what? But yeah, I mean, I'll do them. Send me a name. I'll do a background check for you. But sometimes, many times when you read these stories, many women will stay with a guy that beats the crap out of their kids for the, I hate to be blunt, but the dick.
That's if we've got it. That's if we got it. That's if that woman is the grandmother. I'm going to confirm it. Was in the front seat next to this monster.
Well, Lisa, I mean, just because they owned a bar, was it like, what kind of bar? For pedophiles, or why do you say they were terrible people?
And they looked awfully close.
I go to bars.
They looked awfully
close. I did. I don't go anymore.
So I'm implying a little bit because I want to inspire people to send me some information if there's linkage between this man and the grandmother.
What?
But I don't care. I don't care. They were in this man's life long enough to know who he was, and they still subjected their child to whatever this man. God knows. God knows. God knows. Either way, we're going to let those details kind of come out in their entirety by law enforcement. But the condemnation I have for the father side of the family is very, very, very great. It's great. Do I feel bad that they lost their child? Yes, I do. Did I feel bad, Billy?
Did you give them a week? Maybe. Hey, I'm going to go with, have they even had the funeral yet? Swimsuit season. You know it, Andrew. We'll do Zoom.
Joe lost her grandchild? Yes, I do. Did it stop?
Right. Niece, I'm sorry. I know y'all are dying to hear what she says next, but the Elijah, yeah. I watched their arraignment hearing this morning. That baby reminds me so much of Quentin Simon. I hope she doesn't get involved. I swear to Jesus.
Stop me from condemning her and her actions? No, it.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. They did have a memorial. They had a candlelight, according to Olivia, a vigil. But they also had another like memorial or whatever that his side of the family did, because Betty and Olivia wanted to make a big deal that the father's side wasn't at the mother's side. Just more shit to stir up.
It did not. And what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Sorry.
I know you.
This family put this child in danger over and over and over again.
We're 25 minutes in, and what we've learned so far is, in her opinion, and I'm being honest, like she always says, probably mine, the child was put in danger.
Again, while keeping her away from her own mother. While keeping her away from her own mother.
She did not have custody of the child. So that's not called keeping her away. That you would have to take up with the judge, right? Because I wish I knew if those text messages were real, because that's so creepy.
Saying her mother is too dangerous to be around this child, so much so. All this mother wanted to was to long for this child. So we're not going to condemn Cassie here. Did she make mistakes in life? Yes. Have I made mistakes in life?
Absolutely.
Yes. And those that are up there on that high horse and that pedestal, it's time for you to have a reality check yourself.
I don't have that. I mean, I've got some checks back in 92, but girl, you beat most of us in this room.
Because none of us are perfect.
And I'm sure you beat her mom.
All of us have made mistakes. But I can tell you, she did not make this mistake. And nor does she need to own that. Has she made mistakes?
Really? It's going to be really bad if you find out that the mother knew something or encouraged it. Why is this guy saying, like he's buddies with her, if it's true, the text message, hey, meet me at the watering hole and we'll act like we were fishing and then you can just take her. How is he that close to say something like that? I don't know. I don't even know if they're real, but you sure seem awfully confident. But she's trying to get an interview. That's what she's pedestal.
Mistakes, yes, and she's going to have those scars to bear.
I like that.
But we need to be focusing on the father side of the family and how in the hell this situation happened. Because they're the only ones that need to answer for that. And I want to make sure that that's clear here.
Yeah, Julie, this is what she does when she's trying to get, like with the babysitter. Didn't like her until there was a possibility of an interview. I mean, what Idaho for? Just loved Kaylee's parents, but Ethan's not so much.
So we're learning now by law enforcement. So this is what we're going to have to do for this situation because it is dealing with a child. We have to be very clinical about the
Clinical.
everything that goes on. So I'm going to try to refer to her where she.
All of a sudden, like the rubbing the hands, I'm telling y'all, it's a study in psychopathy. I mean, did I say that right? I'm not saying that she's a psycho. Yeah, I might be. But it's like her whole stance, like back and forth, and she's got so much confidence today. I think she feels like she's pulled something off. And it has to do with she didn't go where she was supposed to. And when she gets new subscribers, they don't know anything about what went on before.
She was found and how she was found as remains. We're going to discuss any type of essay as normally.
Good. I'm sorry. Right here. Here we go.
But we need to be focusing on the father side of the family and how in the hell this situation happened. Because they're the only ones that need to answer for that. And I want to make sure that that's clear here. So
what she did just then, my subs are going to concentrate on the father side of the family. I want to make that clear. And then it's either later on or it's already happened where she makes it also clear not to buck her. Look here, Hills, Andrew says. I'm legit crazy. You have to humor my troll ego, or I am left to my troll devices and have to imagine you running to me on a beach. Aw, like Bo Derek. What? But I think those cornrows might be a little much. How about just flowing here? I'll get a wig. Pretty one.
We are learning now by law enforcement. So this is what we're going to have to do for this situation
Well,
because it is dealing with a child. We have to be very clinical about the everything.
Okay, if you're going to be, so somebody said, lie, Trump does it. Except what she just did was a total Obama move. Remember how he used to take his jacket off and roll up the sleeves like he was about to start digging or something? Yeah, she just did that. She's got all the moves.
That goes on. So I'm going to try to refer to her where she was found and how she was found as remains.
Okay.
We're going to discuss any type of essay as normally we would. We are going to be using capital murder and homicide and homicidal violence
Okay.
to express the, but you guys, I'm going to give you guys the links. You guys are more than welcome to go look at it yourself.
Why? What?
This was completely preventable. And I've got to tell
What
you,
is it? What? Okay.
I'm absolutely, utterly enraged. And we're going to also be going through some of the photos and everything else that we were amassed. We were able to, like, I think I captured at least 1,300 photos.
Why? I don't even, did you get it, Autumn? I don't even get what that was. Go look at it where? Like definitions? Homicide? Maybe she's got a lot of people that have never been in true crime before.
While I was out there. Now, if you know anything about photography, not every one of those photos are going to be spectacular. Okay. I take several photos of each shot. The best one wins. That's kind of how it rolls. But Stephen McDougal was charged with capital murder in connection with.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I miss.
To be using capital murder and homicide and homicidal violence to express the. But you guys, I'm going to give you guys the links. You guys are more than welcome to go look at it yourself. This was completely preventable, and I've got to tell you, I'm absolutely, utterly enraged. And we're going to also be going through some of the photos and everything else that we were amassed. We were able to, like, I think I captured at least 1,300 photos while I was out there. Now, if you know anything about photography, not every one of those photos are going to be spectacular. Okay. I take several photos of each shot. The best one wins. That's kind of how it rolls. Okay. But Stephen McDougal was charged with capital murder in connection with Audrey's disappearance. He was out at that location. I don't know if we were trolled or if the coroner actually really.
Okay. Like you have to be so like double digit lower IQ to go with this right here that you said.
Was called to that location. It is my understanding through several people that there are sometimes they are called for assistance in other capacities other than collection or recovery. I don't know if it's true or not. I really don't. I also heard, and I'm just going to say this while on the tail end of
why else do coroners go out to when they call the coroner? Do they call him for what other reason? Okay.
That is that people are saying that Steve McDougal is being abused while he's in the custody.
Oh, no. You don't get to just fly past it. She called the coroner. I think somebody asked her more about it, but yeah, it ends up that, well, that's what she heard. She didn't confirm it. Well, you should.
Of these law enforcement officers. First of all, that couldn't be further from the
And
truth.
I don't know about what. She said she found out there are other reasons why coroners can be called. Like, I really can't think of another reason.
I do not believe that at all. And it comes and dovetails right into some of the misinformation that was being peddled quite significantly in this matter.
Here we go, y'all. Hang on. Here we go.
At the time. And those types of actions are condemned. I think anybody that engages in those practices where you're manipulating information that you know wholeheartedly is untrue, I think it, and I don't know if it does. I don't know if it does, but it should rise to the level of a crime, in my opinion, because I really do think that with social media being what it is, and people having the platform and being able to interject and inject misinformation into situations like this, I think that there has to be, if people can't be responsible on their own, I think laws need to be put in place to force them to be responsible. These cases, law enforcement are putting their lives in danger to go out to these cases and search for these children. And there's a lot of calls and leads that come in that they have to look into. And when you're peddling a lot of misinformation just to do it, just to get a rise because you think it's funny, you're taking away from that little girl. You're taking valuable time away from finding a child or another missing person. Sometimes minutes do matter.
Okay. What are you talking about? So she's really getting upset, if I'm following her, about misinformation and wasting law enforcement's precious time. You can go and watch my playlist for Heels on the Ground, Bullhorn Betty, Molly, Quinn. There is so much wasted time. This is nutcase territory. I would love, love, love to see her correspondence with the police on every case that she's, reported on, investigated. Minutes do matter. What happened in this case that's getting her worked up? Like, okay, see, I think she has an ulterior motive. Maybe she's mad at SF Investigates and this is something to do with it. I don't know, but she's getting a little overworked for something she does all the time. During Quentin Simon, calling the police for Aileen looking at her badly. She calls the police and then wants to have her arrested because whatever. Yeah, okay. That took about an hour.
And while you're thinking it's funny and getting a rise out of it, you're taking away from finding someone. To me, that is no different than the person
who is calling in tips because they think it's funny. I think a lot of people call in tips based on the tomfuckery of people like you, and they don't think it's funny. They think you're being serious. But I don't know who calls them in thinking it's funny.
person perpetrating the crime.
See?
And I want
she thinks you should be, let's make sure we heard it correctly.
you to be stuck with that stigma because you rightfully deserve to be. And anybody that's engaging in that practice and has found out, please let me know. Send me over their information. I'd like to debut the person on this channel. But without further ado, let's get back.
Okay, well, she said, if you are calling in tips and you think it's funny, you should be punished as much as the person that committed the crime. And I don't think she knows what debut means. Hey, Queen Bee. I know she is, Queen Bee. But she puts on acts like this is all going to go away. There's no point in all of something else is going to come up. But she told her subs she was going for the Soto case and ended up in Livingston, but she was really going to the border. So that's what, that tomfuckery was about.
Back to the person that matters the most, and that's Audrey Cunningham, and learning more about her case. So I'm going to read a few articles here and put them up on the screen so you guys can read along. Go ahead and move this.
No, okay. Unless
the DA.
This. I think everybody knows, unless y'all just aren't familiar. I'm going to go ahead and kind of paste it in Kirby. see what.
Clarify this. Her father was only 29 years old. Okay. There is a significant age difference between this man and her father. And I want to know how their friendship came about because there is something there. Either he's dating the aunt.
Okay. So I also heard rumors about, oh, I think they were swingers or something. That doesn't usually involve children. And it doesn't usually mean you're a type of person that would drown a child in a lake.
He's dating the mom. There's something here. And I don't know what it is. And I'm not sure how much I trust the
All
information.
the shame Betty will put on different groups or even like swingers have a kink. But Betty equates people that swing, which I'm assuming means you get together with other couples or it's the same thing as a threesome or whatever. That's grown adults. But she does that. She like throws those things in there and creates a stigma.
Information coming from Camp Daddy. Okay. I believe that her father was being cooperative.
Okay. Anna Renee says he tried ridding of the vehicle by asking a lady to have sex with him, despite her being married. It's why someone would say, oh, okay. So same thing as like an affair or something. Duty Ron called her out the other day. Yeah, she's like, this video.
Absolutely do. I believe her father loved his daughter. I'm not saying he didn't love his daughter. I'm not saying the man didn't care for his daughter. I'm not saying the man didn't take proper care of his daughter.
Except you just spent an hour saying that. Right? Am I right, guys? Maybe.
Her father and grandmother and the entire side of the father's family also endangered her. So much so.
See?
They pulled her out of the Trinity River. And that I don't know.
I'm not saying the father.
If I can quite get past. Because when you look at this man and you look at his stuff and you look at how long this family knew, they knew he was a problem. They knew he had violent tendencies. They knew him. They just didn't think it would happen to.
Well, then they absolutely should not have had him around their child, especially to have him take her to the bus. I agree.
Them. Well, it did. Because if you play with rattlesnakes long enough, I guarantee you.
You think Betty's a swinger, Andrew? Imagine pulling that card.
You're going to get bit. And that's exactly what happened here. They played with the rattlesnake. They danced with the rattlesnake. They put the rattlesnake in the bed with the baby.
Oh, good. She came up with that all in her.
Audrey's death shook the tight-knit community of roughly 6,000 residents about 75 miles northeast of Houston. Over 100 people filled the grounds of Livingston, Texas craft fair on Wednesday evening to remember Audrey. There was a fair outside. There was literally directly across from our hotel. We could see it going on when we had come back from the press conference. Many held purple balloons, flowers, wore. I actually think he tried to, and when we heard the 911 call from the grandmother, let me find it. She seemed awfully calm. And again, went straight to condemning the mother, which I got to say made me sick to my stomach because the monster was in your own house, lady. But I guess it's easier to say it's the mom.
My granddaughter was dropped off at the bus about 7 a.m. this morning and never made it on the bus and has not been seen since. 826. Female is about approximately 4 foot 11, 86 pounds, blonde hair, long hair, blue eyes, last seen wearing a dark colored jacket.
I can't even understand what they're saying.
Public service use, her address and his phone number is 1700. Juvenile. Called in from the county. They wanted to check that address. The patient there is supposed to be the mom's address. Mom does not have custody of her. Has never had custody of her. And has made threats recently to kidnap her. text me all the information.
Is it transcript, Betty?
I want to let you know that, from my understanding, there were no threats of kidnapping. If you noticed, it was Stephen McDougal that tried to approach the mother and say, hey, she really wants to see you. Hey.
See, she says that like it's a fact. You can fake, I don't know if y'all knew this, you can fake text messages. Now, if the police put these out, I don't know who's giving out. Only the mother and Stephen would have these, right? It's like a text message.
Why don't you just go to the fishing docks and I'll just happen to pull up with her? I'm her favorite person. She'll keep a secret. What secrets has she been keeping? And I further heard that she's been trying to get help. I don't know how much information of this is true because, I'm a product of having to rely on other people.
You just said people putting out misinformation should suffer the same fate as the perp. So, Betty, fucking capital murder for you. Keep going.
Information. And I use people that I trust and love, such as Plunder, right? She's got a great platform. She's always really thorough.
Huh?
And so she was, had brought up some things that were being said in chat, even the big P word. Prego.
So Pascal, according to Haley Hopes, reported that the mom was the one that put them at. Why would she do that? When there's an investigation going on to try to find her daughter, the mother put those out? Why? The police would tell her, hopefully she has a lawyer, but the police would tell her not to do that because you're warning him. Was it her Facebook page for sure? People are dumb, fucking dumb. Wow. Who in here would put out private messages of the man who they think took off with your daughter, did something with her, and warn him? I'm putting these out. Look, everybody's going to know.
Could it have been possible?
That made my
it's a little concerning and alarming for me to think about that, to think about the kind of danger this.
The mom was on Crime Lines and Lies, and said she was on Crime Lines. Hold on. Fuck. I rest my case, ladies and gentlemen. This is why Betty is sucking this woman's tits, because she wants her to come. I knew it. Somebody needs to tell the mother and the family not to talk. Well, Michelle, I have a feeling since did she go on CNN, ABC, CBS? Has she been on any of those yet? Because, I didn't hear you squealing that, Autumn. Because the YouTube people pay for interviews. And she has a niece. Again, Your Honor, I rest my freaking case. Same manner of questioning. Crime Lines and Lies. I'm trying to remember who that is. What is the creator's name? When AI, fortunately, JLR isn't real technical, according to his ex, but good God, the havoc he could wreak with AI is going to be recordings. And look at me, I'm in the photo with Putin. The creator has been insane with, okay, what is her name? Because I'll know if you tell me the name, because it's not coming to me. Is it the first one that Stacy interviewed with? She's got like a guy's name. I'm watching chat. Behind, I don't know who it is. Brooks. Okay, I need my gavel, please. I need a gavel. Case over. As far as why Betty is kissing the mom's ass so hard. Has Dolly gotten an interview yet? What about who else pays? JLR had a message somewhere that he tried to pay, or he tried to get Stacy on, and according to JLR's message, and Stacy said, "No, you got to pay me." Okay, well, if I had known that, Brooks for sure paid Stacy Wondra. I didn't see the transaction. Let me take that back. I thought Stacy said, "Yeah, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining." Hey, RLF, I'm kind of new. Okay. I just want to say hi. Hey. Yeah, her videos are crazy. Wow, that's crazy. I don't even watch anything during the day much because I'm doing something else. But Bullfrog, see, Andrew. Oh my God. Okay, go on, Betty. No.
Family put this young child in.
Okay.
And if she did go to teachers,
why is this woman on fucking YouTube before they even buried her baby? I have not seen that. This is a first. I think the Idaho 4, I don't know when they first went on News Nation, but or wherever they went. This is a little bit much. So Brooks got a hold of the mother. It makes me sick.
did she go to her parents or
I don't even think like
somebody else and nobody?
And Betty, Brooks wasn't even out there. Your ass was out there. And Brooks, you always talk about, oh, you got to come out here and boots on the ground. You can't even get an interview.
Help her because they didn't believe her or something to that nature. I don't know. Those things will all be, I guess, uncovered.
Yes, crispy treat. Exactly. She's having to make, well, and I'm not saying anybody in that family has any redeeming qualities. I don't know. But to make the mother look like she's the good one and they're all the bad ones, but the mother didn't have custody. I don't know. It seems a little like you want an interview, but you got to cough up some money.
As this case, starts unfolding. But it still angers me that this man
Welcome back, Ellen.
can do this. Now,
oh my God.
This isn't his first time doing this.
Okay.
Hold on, where is this?
All right. Yeah, it's not his first time.
So Audrey Cunningham was a family friend who actually he participated in the search efforts for her as well. That's a little disturbing.
Yeah, see? I didn't know that he had helped find her, but that's not really.
But here's another one. Hold on, let me pull it up here because I sent it over to you, Olivia. This is not his first time doing this.
I want to read this. Autumn. Everyone's been understanding about the mom. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not judging her on whether she did or had anything to do. I just think, why? No one needs to hear anything she has to say except a man that allegedly killed her daughter and left her tied to a fucking rock. And she's on Crime Lines and Lies. She shouldn't be saying anything. if she wants justice. You know what I mean? Like, I can't even right now. I have no idea. I would never have believed. God, that poor baby. So, what did y'all watch the interview? So that is probably where the information that she lost custody at 3 months. Oh, I mean, I'm sure you have heard how Betty talks about Candace Wells. You lost all your children. Why weren't you yelling at her or Kim, or where was your bullhorn? You weren't standing in front of her house screaming, what'd you do with your baby? All because Candace had lost her children before. Niece, just Samantha, she called Brooke's phone the day after the other lady was on there. I don't know, because I don't watch any of them. I don't, not because, any other reason that I'm not subscribed, but she was so nasty to Candace. Yeah. Sorry, your baby's dead. You're such a caring person. I'm a little bit in shock right now. I'm sorry. I dropped y'all on the floor. Come here. No, I dropped my phone, actually. Okay, I'm not going to obsess.
Let's read this article. This girl is shook. But I think that this article here is very, very powerful. That everybody.
Absolutely, Beth. The heroes are the law enforcement. When everybody else failed that little girl.
Needs to hear it. Because this is what makes me so angry. I congratulate law enforcement for their diligent effort in locating this girl, because let's face it, it was literally a needle in the haystack. There was water all around here. There was woods all around. Our entire search is a lot of the concentrations when we were driving places, like, because it upsets people when we're trying to get leads in and trying to instill hope. But the reality
one more time,
where she could have been. They knew that there was 3 specific spots. They let the public know. Some of those.
Crispy says, I would never be on social media. I would have been so busy. Do you know how few people know who Brooks is? Who know who any of the live creators are? And very few people. They know TikTok, they know Facebook, they know Twitter. They don't know live YouTube. That's like, yeah, no.
Spots. We were tracking down law enforcement.
Somebody had to get, I guess somebody was on before her, but it's usually somebody goes to Facebook and then brings them over here.
We're aware of where they were. But one thing I noticed, the
mom is lobbying to have these people arrested as well. Who? Yeah. See, I don't even know what she said. What the mother said. I should probably watch it first.
Concentrated under overpasses. That was the one thing that I can tell you that I noted during.
Oh, yeah, Autumn. Brooks had him thinking. I didn't think it long. I mean, I think he caught on to her, but had Brooks thinking. I mean, Brooks had Stacy thinking they might,
Their entire search is a lot of the concentrations when we were driving places. Like I said, there was law enforcement everywhere. But every time I looked, they were under overpasses. So they weren't really doing wood searches. They were doing water searches. They were doing assessments of where it was possible that she could have entered the water. It was very notable and well known even before we got into town that this was a water recovery. We couldn't say that because it upsets people when we're.
You couldn't say it because you didn't know it. oh, I couldn't say it because we didn't want to upset people. Bullshit. You heard backpack might have been found, and you're yelling it. We just didn't want to say, well, wait till we get to the notebooks.
We're trying to get leads in.
Did the mother mention notebooks on, like, what was something outstanding the mother said on Brooke's show? No leads and tips go to her. Trust. She thinks she's a big deal. No. No one's looking at the Ring camera going, oh, I got to get this to Bullhorn Betty, the famous in Florida. She was too critical of the well. But I know I was asking, what did the mother say on Brooke's show? She hadn't seen her in 7 years. Just because he had custody doesn't mean she can't see her, right? But she didn't see her for, oh my God. So what would she know? Okay, riddle me this. Hold on. Everybody just slow down. She hadn't seen her daughter in 7 years, but she's texting back and forth with this guy that's living with the dad. Why would she? How would she even know him? Why hadn't she seen her in 7 years? I have questions. She had 2 kids she didn't have custody of. Betty's okay with that. Just depends on. I think my dog farted. So why didn't she? No, that guy didn't live there that long. It's not like somebody she knew before, right? This monster. Yeah, I know. She was living. I mean, if y'all don't know, I'm just taking for granted people know. McDougal was living on the property of the father and the grandparents. I can't get over 7 years. So yeah, if you don't know that part of it, I apologize. He'll stop trying to blame the dog. You can't believe this is a small dog with a very large poof. Did you watch Grizzy's Hood News? You need to watch her as someone rang the dad's place of work to try to get him sacked. Oh, it's an investigation going on. What kind of nuts do this? Why? You think that where he works, they don't know? He's a tugboat guy or something. They don't know. She knew. Right. Okay. So she knew. The mother knew the guy that's living on the same property of her daughter that she had not seen in 7 years. And she's only known him, hey kid, 6 months. Make it make sense. I'll give you 10 minutes. Yeah, Crispy, she wants to go to bed. How does she know him? And why is he offering to, why did that child even be in the family? You know, used to have a true crime channel, and I never saw. Nobody does. Nobody does. But it can be fun. That's what we were talking about earlier. It can be fun trying to figure these cases out, but not to the point where you're hurting people and you're hurting the case. The cops, they're fine with him being at work. We can track him. We don't want him to be fired, not be able to pay bills, start doing crack, and, just they want life to just go on until they're ready. But the mom, if that's true, she needs to get an attorney and shut up. As much as people hate the Laundries, they had an attorney right away tell everybody to shut up, because if they hadn't, Brian would probably be alive, but that's what attorneys tell you to do. Yeah, that's what I said earlier, Christy. They have other loved ones besides the one that you see on YouTube. Like the Wells, they have the sons. The sons will have kids. They'll have wives. They'll try to get jobs. Then you have all the other family up wherever they are. For generations, this crap. That's why I was glad Molly's. One of the reasons I'm glad Molly went down, because her son doesn't have to see all of that. His college friends don't have all of that to choose from.
And trying to instill hope. But the reality of this particular case was what it was. It just is what it is. You learn these things as you're walking in, and there's nothing that's going to change it. That's why I say it is what it is.
And you're right, Ellen. Ellie solves the case. We can give tips, like not crazy tips, because they have all the equipment. They have everything at their disposal that we do not have. She did have it coming, but Andrew, I really did think about that a lot, that he's going to go to college. Somebody's going to get pissed. They're going to start looking it up. And, like, I think he would have been a Trump supporter. Maybe he would have campaigned for Trump or something. And then he would have, people doing opposition research. And then never going to get in office, ever.
Nothing's changing those.
Of course, wife swap is out there. So.
Facts. But what really ticked me off, and going back to the video that you guys just watched, my initial video, and as I said, I don't understand how this man was able to hurt this child, because he should have already been in jail. This is my criticism of this situation. Okay. My criticism of the Texas Department of
How would we live without that?
Justice. Okay. My criticism of the court systems in Texas. My criticism. This is what I'm so sick of. I'm so sick of these prosecution.
No, her name's not Audrey. Audrey is the daughter. She does have it. Audrey is I don't know what the mom's name is, actually.
People.
Yeah.
Prosecutors, right? Not prosecuting and litigating these cases to the best of their ability and doing these freaking sweetheart plea deals because they don't want to do their damn job, and they put the public in jeopardy every time they do it. I'm having a problem here with my own.
Oh, this was one of my favorite parts. Let's listen.
Systems in Texas. My criticism. This is what I'm so sick of. I'm so sick of these prosecution people, these prosecutors, right?
Oh.
Not prosecuting and litigating these cases to the best of their ability and doing these freaking sweetheart plea deals because they don't want to do their damn job, and they put the public in jeopardy every time they do it. I'm having a problem here with my own state prosecutor doing the same damn thing, which lost 2 people's lives in my.
Amen, sister. Shall we go and look at your record? I mean, the balls that she has to even let that come out of her mouth. Like, they have a problem where she lives with prosecuting people. No shit. No shit.
Own community.
Hey guys, Bullhorn Betty here. So there's something going on in my community, and I need your help.
Is she having a commercial in the middle of reading an article? Oh my God, that's hilarious. Bullhorn Betty needs your help. Okay.
So this is a double homicide that happened in my community
But there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye.
Okay.
This is Thomas Mateja.
Oh,
He
geez.
actually killed his mother and her boyfriend recently. But the problem here is he shouldn't even have been out of jail. He should have been in a mental hospital, and he is deemed incompetent to stand trial. This right here is our state attorney, and his name is Ed Brodsky. He has been our state attorney in the 12th district for some time. I recently learned our law enforcement officer, Sheriff Rick Wells, has arrested this guy many times and has prepared a case and sent that over to.
He's been found incompetent to stand trial. So he's in prison right now, like in a mental ward. People get found incompetent to stand trial. What?
To the state prosecutor. Ed Brodsky was supposed to litigate the matter. However, he ended up taking the felony case, reducing it to a misdemeanor, sending it to a misdemeanor court, and then just a month ago sent this deranged mental patient to a halfway house where he escaped and killed his mother.
Okay, so he didn't get a misdemeanor for killing his mother. He got a misdemeanor for something else. Okay,
Can
gotcha.
you help?
So that is the sentiments of some of the prosecutions that go on in and around this country, and why we have these animals walking amongst us when they should be in jail. And they walk amongst us hurting other people because and it comes down to our prosecutors. It comes down to our prosecutors. And in some cases, it comes down to law enforcement because they didn't do their job in the investigative portion, allowing these animals to walk out. So either way.
Okay. All right. Okay, Betty. Hold on one second. Like, go over here. And right there. Just a minute. Oh, shit. I got to type on the fucking computer. Hold, please. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. 1 second. I wish I could whistle. Here we go. We'll do that. Okay. We'll go back over here. Just a little bit. Okay. Here we go.
The sentiments of some of the prosecutions that go on in and around this country, and why we have these animals walking amongst us when they should be in jail. And they walk amongst us hurting other people because and it comes down to our prosecutors.
Okay.
It comes down to our prosecutors. And in some cases, it comes down to law enforcement because they didn't do their job in the investigative portion, allowing these animals to walk out. So,
okay. Well, I'm going to stop you right here. We're going to go over here. Can y'all see a different tab right now? Now, she's talking about Manatee County, where she lives. Okay. Can y'all see the page? Okay. So this person, look at all this. Y'all see it? Y'all see this? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And we're going and going. Was that 40? Let's see. Yeah. So that's Bullhorn's record. Okay. Only one. And they were for, where's the one in 2000? I'm not going to open them because I don't want to get her all worked up. But even the ones that say, a lot of people won't open it because it says traffic, it's not traffic. They're not all traffic. And she's on the domestic violence registry. And she's bitching because, and I agree. And all of this is defendant, one respondent in a domestic, and that was RO, defendant, ordinance infraction. defendant, and there's the felony. And I don't know why. And there's misdemeanor. There was, I think that's the same one. It stems from the same, because she got a DUI, then got another DUI while she was on probation for the first one. So my point is, you're right. We agree. Exactly. And the fact that she has a gun really bothers me, because if she were to hurt somebody, then okay, that's a great freeze frame right there. If she were to hurt someone, what look? How are they going to look at that? I don't believe she was never. I think she does have a felony, but for some reason, my lying eyes are deceiving me. Well, she also says all my problems were in the 6-month period. Girl, that is years and years. But she always says that because people are stupid. Oh, she said, did she say she owns a gun because of a disability act? Because she can't run or what? I don't know that act. Oh, I don't know. Okay. Because I've heard something about the Disability Act with felons. You're not allowed to own a gun when you're, well, it's the same as every act. I mean, felons can't, well, there are conditions, but I know I heard something about if you are disabled and you can't run or protect yourself, that you can get one. Do not quote me, because that came straight out of my butt. Okay. Brazilian. Okay, well, somebody on TikTok told that story in a completely different way. So because she's deaf in one ear, she can own a gun? Why would she even need a Disabilities Act if she doesn't have a felony? And that whole deaf in one ear excuse for having that loud, obnoxious, crazy voice is bullshit. Because she does those videos where she actually sounds like Olivia. Am I muted? What was muted? You have to tell me, like, what was muted? Oh my God. Okay, if like I'm talking and it seems weird, could you just somebody say, Not hearing what you're reacting to, you just sound like a crazy lunatic. See what she said. Anything important? Probably not.
In some cases, it comes down to law enforcement because they didn't do their job. Pushed her cousin away and approached Davis on the bed. He tried to take my pants.
So did y'all not hear any of that while I was silent? I know you could hear me, but you weren't hearing this going on, right? Okay. Thank you, Runs with Scissors.
I immediately jumped up at the moment. She tried to escape. McDougal followed her. He grabbed me, and when he did, I swung my arm and hit him, she said. McDougal was in his 20s at the time. 20s. He's 42. He's been doing this for 20-something years to God knows who, guys. Because
guys, I cannot stand when somebody says, okay. So that whole story was told on Twitter, like in a completely different way. So he got 2 years. And something I listened to said he had to register, but I couldn't find him on the RSO registry. Wait, Patricia Sales yelling. A new law passed last spring in Florida denying all persons with drug charges, misdemeanors, felonies to obtain a concealed weapon permit. It didn't reference anything about disabled. So, what? Denying all persons with drug charges, that's not fair. Like, what if they were charged with like having pot? Does it retroactive? I'm way behind. Okay, hold on. RLF says, I'm way behind, y'all. But the father's mother has a house on the lake, Livingston, which is a rich neighborhood, upper middle class, but not something you would, yeah, I mean, I know where Livingston is. My uncle had a lake house out there. And there's nothing out there that would make you think, why would you buy a lake house on Livingston if you were like really rich? There are way more beautiful lakes in Texas. Okay. So, but you know, like Betty thinks they're well-to-do. So when she says she was born with a silver spoon, I'm thinking it wasn't all silver.
again, zebras don't change their stripes. McDougal, who was in his 20s at the time, continued to look for Davis around the house, she said, per the outlet. She managed to find her aunt and tell her, saying, I think Rosario County definitely failed me and failed Audrey and possibly more. And that brings me to a valid point. How many more? We're going to get into that. McDougal had a lot of contact with Audrey prior to the girl's death. He lived in a trailer on the family's property and was often tasked with taking care of her and bringing her to school, authorities said previously. Audrey last seen near her residence about 7 a.m. in Livingston. Polk County authorities say in a press release on February 16th. Her body was recovered in the river on Tuesday. Audrey's body was tied to a rock with a rope and was which was consistent with.
So when they arrested him on February 16th, it was for a previous, here's what I don't get. It was for a previous assault, but okay, so it was for the assault of another guy that he was like stabbing in the back. Not for this one, though.
The rope found.
It was for the assault that they told the police about, and the police said, yeah, we'll get to it, and they never did.
Car days earlier states a charging document reviewed by people. McDougal remains.
Yes, Autumn, unrelated charge.
In custody in Polk County. It's unclear if there's some misspelling, if he has entered a plea or retained an attorney on his behalf. So there's no court records on that. And we get.
Yes, there are. What aren't there court records on? Which one? There are.
Into his charging document.
Oh, you know what she did?
He's going to be.
When I bet, I don't know for sure, but I think what she did is this is the beginning of the second document dump that Plunder put in her Patreon.
He's in for no bond. He's in for capital murder, but he was already previously arrested on aggravated battery charges with a deadly weapon. So he was already in for no bond because it was a low-hanging fruit. I'm sure during the investigation, they uncovered that he was violent.
He wasn't already in. What? What? I think my ears are bad.
If he has entered a plea or retained an attorney on his behalf. So there's no court records on that. And we get into his charging documents. He's in for no bond. He's in for capital murder, but he was already previously arrested on aggravated battery charges with a deadly weapon. So he was already in for no bond because it was a low-hanging fruit. I'm sure during the investigation, they uncovered that he was violent with somebody, and they asked him if they would be willing to sign an affidavit stating those facts, and they probably said yes, and they immediately picked them up on those crimes in anticipation of this crime. They also, I noticed there on the magistrate warning that the defendant refused to sign. It says right here, defendant's signature, and the affidavit basically states one, and I'm sure you guys have already heard this over and over again.
I can't.
Has revealed that said defendant, Don Stephen McDougal, along with the victim, left the home of child's location at Blank, which is in Lake Livingston Village subdivision. McDougal and the child victim left in McDougal's 2003 Chevrolet Suburban with the intent to drop the child victim off at the school bus stop near the entrance of the subdivision. It was discovered the child victim was not at the bus stop when the Livingston ISD bus arrived at the location and discovered that the child did not make it to Creekside Elementary School that day. Affiant shall show that on February 20th, 2024, the body of 11.
I don't know. Maybe it'll say, but the teachers don't they call the parents still?
Year-old child victim.
Or our kids now, that's their choice. They're what they want to do.
Audrey Danielle Cunningham was located during a search of the Trinity River. Law enforcement dive team located the child victim's body.
Affidavit. She does say affidavit, I think.
Within the
I know she says probable cause, like with a P, probable.
Trinity River near State Highway 59 South at Polk San I can't pronounce it, county line. The Justice of the Peace, C. McGee, ordered
the teacher is called, is how I believe the grandparents were alerted. Right, but it was like late. I thought it was like even after, thank you, Pamela. I thought it was even after like 5 or something.
The child victim's body to be transported to the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office for autopsy and to determine the cause of death. The affiant shall show Don Stephen McDougal was a friend of the Cunningham family and resided on the family property in a cab over camper. It was
that's like small, right? Damn.
Little tiny thing. He's a real piece of garbage. And why this family had this man
doesn't make him a piece of garbage. He's a piece of garbage. I think we can all agree, but not because he lives in some people. Betty.
Near this child, I don't know. McDougal had access to the interior of the child victim's
home.
He
has so many opinions on people. I swear to God.
There's a reason why number 3 was put there. They're putting this there because they anticipate additional charges, and they have to explain those additional charges by explaining upfront that he had access into the interior of that home with that child. The affiant shall show that the video footage, cell phone data places McDougal at 3 locations of interest. Evidence in connection with the defendant and the child victim was located at 2 of those locations and recovered. Of these locations is the Trinity River near Highway 59 South, where Audrey's body was later located. The affiant shall show through the investigation, investigators were able to determine through cell phone data, video footage, and other forensic evidence that McDougal lied about his whereabouts and activities on the day of February 15, 2024. Affiant shall further show that upon recovery of the child victim's body, law enforcement discovered a large rock tied to the child victim's body. The rope used was consistent with rope that was observed in McDougal's vehicle on a traffic stop.
Yeah, see, they didn't mention the rock here, and I had heard that was not true. that she was weighted down with the rock. And if it's not true, Plunder, could you change your thumbnail? Hey, sweet sativa. Hondo, Betty make everyone from Florida look bad. Yeah. Yeah, she makes a lot of groups look worse being part of it.
2 days prior. Affiant shall further show that through investigation, there is sufficient evidence to show that on the date of February 15, 2024, said defendant Don Stephen McDougal committed the offense of capital murder.
Her favorite colors were red and black, and they're saying purple. Wait, who is that wrong? Unusual for her age, but not unheard of. Yeah, but that is sad.
So
Red
that
and
is
black.
the
And her mom says purple.
affidavit, like I said, with the Moscow case.
You know, and so her mom hadn't seen her in 7 years. I don't think that's right. Or her mom was talking about her and said, oh, when I would want to do something, Audrey would want to do it, and talking like they had all these moments, and she was only 11, so she would have been 3. Ugh.
That was the most thorough affidavit I had ever seen, because you don't get that kind of detail in these types of affidavits. You just don't. And it just shows you how Moscow police went out of their way to inform the public and the parents of that university exactly what happened and what they believe transpired. Was it, did it come with a heavy cost? It did. It came with a heavy cost predominantly to Dylan Mortensen.
That's really weird that now, like somebody else said, Plunder has inaccurate. Everybody's going to have inaccuracies. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. But she already has the comments off on the one where she said that crappy thing at the beginning, and it's like in the first minute. Why won't she take it down? Like, clip it. Why? If you can do something about or at least follow up with, if it's important. Hey, Keister Bunny, I haven't seen you in a while. Betty's Ruth tried to get away from her. Then she could, but yeah, I don't know anymore. Maybe she needs to get views.
That affidavit did.
But credibility like that, it's so easy to lose and so hard to get back.
But this one here, and again, misinformation is going around right now that Stephen McDougal, I'm going to call him Stephen McDougal. That's what nobody really knows him by Don. Everybody knows him by Stephen McDougal.
How would you
and
know
Steve
that?
is.
How would you know that? I would just smack your little face. I'm just saying, playfully, like that. How would you know what people call him?
Behind bars I expect these charges to increase. I expect there's going to be some very disgusting charges that are going to be levied across upon this man. And
hey, Orion. Yeah, she said they should be euthanized. But in everything she said about this guy, if y'all remember who she was referring to back then, when she said they should be euthanized, teens, those guys, she hasn't said that yet about him. She's not hauling ass down the street screaming about animals should be euthanized. She just keeps calling him an animal.
this is just sad. We learned that there were some notebooks found on the shoreline. We didn't.
Y'all need to listen very carefully. I'm telling you right now, listen.
We didn't produce those notes. We've had them in our possession, custody, and control since we stepped out on that case. We've already previewed these notebooks, but we didn't bring them to the light of the public. But one of those notes said "send help." One of the reasons why we didn't bring it to the light of our audience, I'm going to go ahead and take the background off here. I'm going to have to show you guys something. I'll put it back on once I'm done. Is because we couldn't confirm or corroborate the information to be true.
You know how you do that? It's not up to you to confirm it. called a tip. And what you do with a tip is you turn it in to law enforcement, because would you give a shit to show it to your audience 5 days later? Am I right? Am I wrong? I think I'm right.
And I have to show you a couple things. Give me just a second. Photos.
The brass balls on this woman.
There they are. So this is what we were seeing that, I don't know if you guys can see it, but it says send help. We saw these.
Wait.
Somebody had sent these over to us.
She does it really fast. Okay. So there's like very hard to see notes there, paper laying on the ground, basically.
And we didn't know if these were
Okay. Is it a phone over there? So there's a little notebook.
if these were truly, if somebody was just putting them out, you know, to throw the
Mm-hmm.
case off. We didn't know.
You mean like Olivia?
So we kept these things to ourselves, even though that we had them. I don't know if these belong to her.
So is that a helicopter?
Or I don't know if they don't. But one thing I can say is that we're a little closer to it being possible that they were, because we found this photo of law enforcement peering over something that appeared to be consistent with what we were seeing in the photos that were provided to you.
Okay, so are y'all following? See, they found some notebooks, and so they were keeping it in their control, custody, and whatever until they could confirm it. Then they came across this picture where, and this made them closer to confirming it when they saw this picture of law enforcement looking at something. And then law enforcement walked away from it. And I think this might be how they confirmed those were her notebooks.
Was. We also had a person in a chat providing kind of
Oh. So you have shown them before in the chat.
a little more information anonymously that now
Y'all following?
that we're looking back on the case, they were providing us the correct information. But again, we couldn't bring
So that's where she threw that in. They provided more information.
that a lot of that up because we didn't know what was true and what was not true.
Here's a crazy face. Look at it. That is what you don't ever want to see when you wake up in the middle of the night. She's not being played, Beth. She's not being played. Anybody that thinks her and Olivia are being played by anyone, warning is up that the funeral has been paid by the state for Audrey. I don't know. And there will be a ton of there'll be a ton of cops there too. Do you know when it's going to be, Blaze? So I think that story was the best one yet. I mean, it's not the best one, but I got to hear it again because I just do.
is going around right now that Stephen McDougal, I'm going to call him Stephen McDougal. That's what nobody really knows him by Don. Everybody knows him by Stephen McDougal. And Steve is behind bars on two. I expect these charges to increase. I expect there's going to be some very disgusting charges that are going to be levied across upon this man. And
oh God, say it.
This is just.
Do you think she's thinking, should I or shouldn't I? Should I or shouldn't I? Whether she found them before, or after law enforcement, I wouldn't believe. No, that's the point. They wouldn't just leave them there. And so she doesn't say where exactly in relationship to the body. First of all, if she's carrying around notebooks that she thinks Audrey wrote help on, then she shouldn't ever touch a case again. Do your Trump channel, girl.
This is just sad. We learned that there were
the acting.
Some notebooks found on the shoreline. We didn't produce those notes. We've had them.
Okay. Did she just say we heard? I don't want to go back too far.
Because we couldn't confirm or corroborate the information to be true.
I've got to hear her say
Parents
it.
of that university exactly what happened and what they believe transpired.
I'm sorry.
Was it, did it come with a heavy cost? It did. It came with a heavy cost predominantly to Dylan Mortensen, that affidavit.
Is she saying that they hurt? I've got to get her, because her semantic.
But this one here, and
okay. Listen.
Again, misinformation is going around right now that Stephen McDougal, I'm going to call him Stephen McDougal. That's what nobody really knows him by.
Oh, God.
Everybody
Why
knows him
can't
by
I do
Stephen
this
McDougal.
right? 54. Okay.
This is just sad. We learned that there were some notebooks found on the shoreline.
Okay, so they didn't find them. We learned that there were some notebooks found. Okay.
We didn't produce those notes. We've had them.
And then she says, we didn't produce those notes. We've had them. What?
In our possession, custody, and control.
In our possession, custody, and control. I don't know if they keep saying that to her when she gets arrested. I know it's illegal. Go ahead.
Since we stepped out on that case, we already.
So you've had them in your custody, whatever, in possession and control since you stepped out on the case.
We've already previewed these notebooks, but we didn't bring them to the light of the public. But one of those notes said send help. One of the reasons why we didn't bring it to the light of our audience, I'm going to go ahead and take the background off here. I'm going to have to show you guys something. I'll put it back on once I'm done.
She's exhausting.
Is because we can confirm or corroborate the information to be true. And
you have to be so damn dumb to watch her for any other reason than to clown her. My opinion, allegedly, is what I think.
I have to show
Betty, watch these back. Go back and watch. Have one of the people in your family that's sane and doesn't drink to watch it and be honest with you, to watch your video.
Show you a couple things. Give me just a second.
She doesn't produce them. She did. She has them in her.
So this is what we were seeing that.
Which, when you say all that custody, possession, and control, that phrase means you have them. You are in control of them, not that somebody sent you photos of them.
I don't know if you guys can see it, but it says send help. We saw these.
No,
Somebody
says she has them, Autumn. And our, what is it? Custody, possession, and control. She said they have them. That's what all that means.
had sent
But
these.
that's not what she said to begin with. But what she'll do is she'll say, this is, she didn't say that to begin with, but the first time I heard it, I didn't even hear that beginning. Like that didn't enter, like go in my brain. All I heard was they had them.
Over to us.
Hey, still in leather.
And we didn't know if these were.
No, Beth, she thinks she's clever trying semantics, but when she says, I think she knows how to speak to dumb people.
If these were truly, if somebody was just putting them out, to throw the case off, we didn't know. So we kept these things to
You said you had them.
ourselves, even though that we had them. I don't know if these belong to her. I don't know if they don't. But one thing I can say is that we're a little closer to it being possible that they were, because we found this photo of law enforcement peering over.
Yeah.
For something that appeared to be consistent with what we were seeing in the photos that were provided to us. We also had a person in a chat providing kind of a little more information anonymously that now that we're looking back on the case, they were providing us the correct information. But again, we couldn't bring that a lot of that up because we didn't know what was true and what was not true. We try our best to.
Yeah, the photos were sent. Somebody in chat, although she hasn't told anyone about it, but in chat, somebody anonymously emailed her about it. Yeah, that's the whole thing, is she had these in her control. That's what that little phrase that she says all the time means. It's what you're supposed to do with evidence, is have them in your possession and control. Custody. Yeah, whatever.
To filter and get the information. But again,
it's funny because Burnt Toast says, I guess it was her, that she puts her hair back when she's going to lie. Her hair is in such a tight knot right there. I don't know how she's not pulling it out.
One of the issues that we had is that we left for a day to go to the Uvalde.
Wait, the Notebook police are way bigger than she should. Oh, yeah.
Robb Elementary School and to the border. And everything kind of broke off. We were flying blind and nobody knew anything. So we ended up having to turn around and go back because, there was just so much misinformation, literally on all platforms. The family's getting, pissed off at Facebook, the Facebook group that was set up, and the speculation. And the people that came out and was complaining about it, of course, was the father's side of the family. Let me tell you guys something.
What?
At that vigil, that candlelight vigil.
Yeah.
Cassie was there. Cassie had to compose herself a lot. She had to compose herself to get up there and speak.
Okay.
And she was able to do it. But before she spoke, it was offered because there were some of the father side of the family there. If they wanted to speak about Audrey. Do you know they declined?
This is bullshit right here. Olivia also has a video about this. I'd have to put it together. There's one that Olivia put up, and there's a boy saying, "Hey, Tina, welcome." There's one that Olivia put up, and there's a boy saying, "The family is here," and blah, blah, blah. I know they don't want to come up. And she goes, "Okay." But then if you look at someone else put up a copy of the same vigil, that's not said. Like, they had their own service. Did I already say all this? I feel like I did. But yeah, if you look at, that's a video, my comment. Yeah, I think, why would this be, she hadn't seen the child in 7 years. And I know that the grandfather, the father, and other people were speaking at, I guess they had a memorial. They had their own thing. I don't know why this is a big deal. It's just something you're trying to pit people against each other because you want the mother to come on your show. I think my head would explode if she did, really.
Line to speak.
Yeah, individuals. Grizzy was at the private. Which one, for the mom or the dad? Yeah, I know. Olivia said vigil. I know I have it, but I don't know. Let me see if I was able to get it to myself. Hold on. One moment. I will see. Okay, let's see. I showed you that one. This might be it. Oh, screw you. Okay, let me try again. I have to download it first. Done? Okay. All right. How do I know which one? That might not be it. Do I have to because I haven't downloaded TikTok on my laptop. I don't know if I'd have to download it. Anyway, you can go to Olivia's TikTok. And then if you can find the actual vigil, then you would be able to see it. But I don't know what's going on with it, but it doesn't look right at all. And believe, they are not going to make one of these trips, they never have, without some fuckery going on. Media wasn't allowed except for Grizzy. Aw. BFW for the father side. Well, they're like, there's a reason, and we don't have that reason. We have no idea why. And when they say the mother lost 2 children, do they mean 2 children died or she lost custody?
Audrey's candlelight vigil, even though they were there. Do you know that the very first people that left the candlelight vigil, even though they were not treated with any type of disrespect or anything else like that, they were the first to leave?
I don't believe it.
They were the first to leave.
Well, so according to Olivia's video, it was they were asked, do you want to say anything? But they showed up. But I don't believe any, because I watched the video and her mouth wasn't even moving.
They put this child in danger and allowed the mother of this deceased child to stand up there alone. The only person there was her
working
friend.
it. Boy, she's working it.
So I just want to make sure that that's clear to everybody. Hey, Miss Lee, mom of 3.
Yeah, I'm so glad y'all told me she was on Crime Lines and whatever, because that is exactly what she's doing. Forgotten Whispers, were you on? I asked everybody if you were on. Not everybody, but people in here at first. Because I didn't check. I was mad. I just came on. And I've been on for hours. And I love you. Okay, back to this. Have you seen this?
Bama Brat. Yes, I did. I absolutely gave out wrong information, false information. I absolutely did because of a troll. Because of a
Oh my God.
troll or trolls, plural,
Oh, more than
right?
one.
But you condemn me and not the bad actors. So shame on you.
Oh my God. Okay.
And you know that to be true.
No, you must be punished like the criminal you're lying about. That's what you said.
You know absolutely that to be true. And it's disgusting that you're here
You called her whiskey. Hey, whiskey.
trying to defend their actions and condemning mine. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Are you even kidding me? Crazy face. Oh my God.
Shame on you.
Shame. Shame. Remember JLR standing outside of the laundry house with his Bible, waving it? Shame. Laundries, whatever, but name. Laundry family or whatever it was, moving that Bible back and forth. Shame. You worked it, Betty. Look at that look on your face.
The father's had some charges in the past that I can see. I'm going to leave it at that. But I'm still, right now, I'm not really focused on, because I don't believe I just want to find the linkage. Could the linkage be the charges the father had years ago? It's possible. It's possible.
What?
You know, I have no idea.
What?
Which, let's see.
Yeah.
I'm making coffee. Walk away for a second. Be nice, people. Thank you. Oh, yeah. There's only one rule in the chat for those that are new. You can say what you mean what you say, but you can't say mean. Okay. Do as I say, not as I do. This is the chat. This is my channel. I'll do as I please. I expect you guys to follow the rules. I'll be honest, right? That's the way it rolls.
Okay.
Don't be a Richard.
Warning. She is going to do the soundboard.
We love different perspectives, but don't be rude to people. And by all means, do not be rude to me, because I will block you. I don't really care. Everybody says I'm out for the click and the view. Well, if I'm such a click and a view person, I wouldn't be blocking as many people as I did, right? Actually, I'll keep my mouth shut on that. Keep my mouth shut on that. But I got to say, this is about an 11-year-old child. And if you've got a petty BS issue and come into my chat on the back of an 11-year-old child, you deserve to be blocked. Right? You're not going to get a plug here on my channel. We're just going to block you because it's my channel and I can do that. Why do you block people? Because I can. Okay? Because I can.
Oh my God. How did she get through that last little bit of bullshit without her soundboard? Now she's relaxed because she got through it.
Yep. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Cover your ears, people. Cover your ears.
But back to the 11-year-old child whose mother you're campaigning for. I see Trisha. That is always her excuse. She yells rudely because she can't hear on one ear.
Betty's back in the office.
Yes, I did. Autumn.
Shut up.
Hey,
I'm happy.
guys, look at this. We're going to look very closely at what's in her cup. Okay, I'm going to slow it down. And we're going to look really closely at it. Okay, here we go. I guess. Okay, here we go. Pay attention to the cup and what's inside. You watching? Look. Look. Looks like ice to me. Yeah, that's an ice cube. Oh, look at that. Okay. See? Look. I hate those backdrops. God. Take it out of your backdrop, Betty. There you go. See? It's over there, right? Am I wrong? I could be wrong. Oh, of course she's a boozer, I would allegedly believe.
To contribute to this, if you would like me to open up the phones, I am happy to open up the phones. I have some
I mean, she
photography to
deserves
go
a
through with
drink after what she just went through.
you. I've been dropping that on Twitter. I've dropped some of that on the
Okay, well,
Facebook,
we're not
our
gonna
Facebook
listen
groups
here.
for everybody. Oh, crime stories! It's nice to see you, my love. Nice to
Oh.
see you.
That's not the one
It's
that
nice
they
to
had,
see you.
though.
I'll back off, Betty. All you
No, that
Richards.
was definitely
And just to remind you, if you see any
because it was floating like in the same movement. Yeah, there was no cream in it.
ugly comments,
And she drinks, what is it, Captain Jack and Coke? Oh, she can drink how she wants to, but she says she always says it's coffee. Does she drink out of a coffee cup?
in my chat,
A drink at 6 a.m. though? Oh, is this 6 a.m.? I'm sorry, Kay. I thought you were saying, oh, it's after. That's right. Look like, believe me, I've seen people that drink a lot and they drink in the morning. Drinking
in these
Blair
things,
coffee.
ignore them. We're not going to be engaging in them. We're not going to give them time. We're not even going to address them as trolls. We're going to ignore any disgusting comments in here, and we're going to let
Who's been here for 2 years and has heard this like 25 times.
our mods just go in there and block the people. We're not even giving them 3 strikes. If you're an asshole in this chat, I don't need you here. You can come. You can write me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com and
Listen.
apologize to me, and I might consider unblocking you. And that's for all future, because once you're blocked, you're blocked. I'm not unblocking you. I'm not unblocking you unless you explain to me why you were an asshole. Just FYI. Just FYI. It's nice to see you, Thomas. Be Betty fan. If I didn't say hi to you this morning. Eileen, nice to see you.
She uses cream powder. Oh, I mean, I'm just saying, that looked like ice to me. Y'all can go back and look. But I think it's ice.
So let me see.
And
Does anybody want me to open up the phone lines? If they do, you need to raise your hand. Raise your hand.
I mean, but if you noticed during that whole thing that she just went through with that notebook, she had to get through that. And she didn't take a drink. She was good job.
If you want the phone lines open, otherwise I'm going to go to photos. Yes, Texas does not convict crimes against. Yeah. That's the why matter or why wonder. Is that what it is? Why wonder? They had that problem here in Florida. It was taking 2.5, 3 years to get those kits processed. It's disgusting. In this day and age, we shouldn't have to have that. And if there's that many going on in this in a state, then it's time to hire a lot more law enforcement. Period.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I don't disagree with everything Betty says. It's the way she gets the message out. I agree. It takes too long to get people processed, and in some places, I mean, carjacking, if you're under a certain age, you're not even going to go to jail. I think it started kind of in California where they were having all the people stealing everything from the shops, like right out in front of everybody. I don't agree. But it's the delivery.
Feel me too.
And I want to, while I have, because I want to put this on the record, I put up a GoFundMe for the woman that I've known 6 years, almost 7. To be transparent, she is a housekeeper, and the sweetest lady. She comes here anytime I need her for other reasons. And so I put up a GoFundMe because she comes in, obviously, how are you? How are you? Talk about our kids or whatever. And she started telling me about, because sometimes people talk about medical stuff. Anyway, so her niece came up and she was telling me about her niece having this hole in her heart. My daughter was born with a heart murmur. And when babies are born, it's a hole that babies are born with. I'm just going to give you the layman's term. But it will seal by itself within a couple of days. Sometimes it doesn't. When you're in the kind of poverty that she came from, and she's been here, it's been about 15 years. I said 10, but that's what she told me when I first met her. Anyway, like having a refrigerator is a luxury. A dishwasher, forget about it. They have cartel that will, if it looks like you're making money, like you have a new car, they will come in your house and hold a gun on you until you tell them where the money came from. And these are towns in Mexico. So anyway, and I'm not saying the niece lives in that town because she didn't tell me that part, only that how poor it is. And about the insurance. Some people have it. If you work for a company, if you can afford it, you can pay for it. This child needs to have that fixed because now it's like what it's leaking isn't filtering or something. I don't understand that part of it. But I have the records, but they're in Spanish. So I had them translated. So I have the records. I'm not trying to fuck anybody on money or trying to take up some kind of, and I doubt she's going to get that much, but on her own, she went out and I think she got 2,000, but it's limited. You know, how much she pays for just an attorney. And she has all the paperwork. She doesn't work for cash. She has not paid cash. So anyway, so I put that up, but I'm going to read y'all what some asshole posted. And I didn't know how to present it, but I just want to read this to you. Let me see. That it? Okay, here we go. So I said, at first I was asking people if they could help me with, let me stop sharing this, if they could help me with the translation. And then I used Gemini, which now I find out is racist or something. I heard something in the background on some show. Anyway, so listen to this. This ass wrote me. So I said, update. I got it taken care of by Google AI. And I don't know if that's where I posted the GoFundMe or not. Anyway, they said, so the AI couldn't translate it for you? Let me translate it for you folks. Being fooled. This person used AI to create medical documents in order to further bolster her lie and scam so that you will go and give her your money, thinking you are doing a good deed, helping a child, when in reality, all you are doing is funding a shopping spree. Or more realistically, paying this woman's bills because she is unable to con a man into doing it for her any longer. Times are tough and people are getting desperate. Don't be fooled, folks. I was so fucking pissed when I read that. And it's by someone named Steve J9636. What kind of person? I don't even know. Don't fucking donate. Just scroll. I missed one letter. What? I started a message on GoFundMe to the lady for the name. Did y'all see this? Because I didn't see it when I went back. It was in my studio. She has the nerve to condemn others for putting out misinformation. Oh, yeah. Anyway, to whomever that is, if you were using a fake name, go fuck yourself. And I hope you never need anything. Because what you should do, if you think someone's putting up bullshit, scroll. This is a child. Anyway, so the money, I don't even know how much is in there right now. I haven't checked since like Thursday. Yesterday or Wednesday. Because I wrote it for her. I misspelled her name. That was right away pointed out. Not misspelled, but spelled it differently in 2 different places or something. That was pointed out, and that's fine. But I wrote it. I don't talk to the child. So the bank, whatever's in there is in there. There's not even a bank account hooked up to it. She's coming tomorrow, which is the regular day. She's going to come, and we will sit down, and I will help her put her information in there, because she can take the money, and from what I know of her, has never asked me for anything. And we were just talking. I said, well, we could do a GoFundMe if you want to. It's just people automatically think the worst way. I can't even see what anybody's writing in my eyes. But so now, I mean, I don't want her to feel like shit. I guess the mother would bring her here, except for the surgery there is a lot less. And it's heart surgery. They have to go in and fix I guess they would put some kind of shunt. I don't even know. But it's something that's normally grows back, or if your child had a heart murmur, which my daughter did. So I told her, I'm sure it's fine. But I've never heard of it before. So I just want to get that off my chest. Thank you. Oh, you did see that, Autumn Renee? I couldn't. Just say, are you scamming? Or but would be the furthest thing from knowing me is whoever wrote this. None of that, if you knew me, would even make sense. I think she still needs to bring her hair Medicaid. No, because, okay, first of all, she'd have to come here illegally with a child, which here I don't think Medicaid would pay for it. I don't know. But somebody said Shriners is for burns and orthopedic. But people don't think of these things. They're not coming over here in droves because they can think of, that Mexico's giving them anything when they're poor. You have to pay out of pocket if you're from. That's what I'm saying. She was telling me something that happened to her, but there's a lot gets lost in translation, which sometimes it's funny. But she was trying to tell me about something that happened with her. And unless she got to the point where she was dying from whatever it was she was telling me, they wouldn't go through the hospital, or she could come up with the cash to get whatever it was fixed. Either way, her mom had to go to loan places and get cash. If you donate, you shouldn't. And I get thinking people are scamming. But if you think that lowly of me that I would ever use a child from Mexico, that's fucking low. You think I'm a real piece of shit. And aside from all the crap that people were, all that bullshit, no. I can't even put it up anymore. I mean, I feel like I'm glad she can't read what's being written. I'm very glad. So, you know, and when they're here, their family is in Mexico. I don't even know about the Facebook stuff. Yeah, you can research it. I have the paperwork. And that's what I said from the beginning. I have it. And you could, I don't even know like what I would redact, but you can translate it. That's what, I don't even think she cares. I have her name. Maria's name's on there. And also somebody else that another creator here actually knows her and would tell you that no. When I was a boy, I was checking my, what? Oh, crawdads. But those aren't the same kind of crawdads we eat, right? Or are they? A gator head with, oh my God, did y'all hear about the lawsuit? The woman is suing the hospital because her baby was decapitated. Oh my God. I was watching that today. It's insane. It's 2:30 also. Oh. Let me see. How does that, someone comment on the post made for the, yeah, that was awful. And I wanted to get that on here because whoever you are, I pray for your soul. And I'm not saying people don't scam because they absolutely do. I'm not saying people don't scam on kids. But I don't know what I would have ever done to make anybody think I would scam them. She was suing because they tried to hide it. Right, but Mona Lisa, I read one other case. It was like in India. But what could be so internal decapitation means that the spinal cord is, what is it, number 2 or whatever, becomes separated, right? So then the head would just bob up and down or whatever. But how did it become like completely torn from the mother? What are you talking about? Who? Audacity? I just don't know how that happens. See, Haley saying the doctor should be jailed, but the lawyers were saying they don't see it as a criminal matter. No, Forgotten Whispers. What had happened was the baby was coming out the correct way, but then the shoulders got stuck behind the pelvic, whatever. And so they finally decided, oh, we should do a C-section because the baby's not coming out. So the doctors are saying by that time, or that the baby had been losing, wasn't breathing by the time they started the C-section. So they pulled the baby out and then it was decapitated. And they said the mother wanted to see the baby and they were saying, the mother wanted to see the baby. So it's disgusting. I don't even want to say it. That they had to swaddle the baby and then I can't even say it. They made it look as though the baby was like, had the head and all that. And they showed her the baby through a window. But I don't see how it happened. Like its head was out and its shoulders were coming out. That happened. They left the body in the birth canal too long. You're saying that's why the baby died, right? Because they couldn't get it out. And like someone else said, they're saying they're trying to cover it up, but everything that, and a lot of people are saying, oh, the nurses should have acted sooner. I don't think a nurse can like override, like knock the doctor out of the way and start doing a medical procedure. I think they go by what the doctor is saying. No, because they're saying, even the lawyer said, he doesn't think it's homicide. Let me see if I can find it. Really quick. It should be in my history. Let me see. In here. Come on. Here it is. Share it. Okay, here we go.
Graphic. So if you have children in the room, this could be inappropriate. A young Clayton County mother and father have sued their OBGYN and Southern Regional Hospital after they claim the doctor's negligence led to their baby being decapitated during birth.
In the wrongful death lawsuit filed in Clayton County this morning, the couple claims the hospital covered up their baby's death. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor joins us now from Southern Regional Hospital in Riverdale, where this death took place. Angelique?
Well, Russ and Christine, what a sad and just unspeakable tragedy. Now, I learned today that the Clayton County Police Department is investigating this baby's death. And as for the parents, well, they are just too distraught to talk about it.
This is one of the most sad, egregious, and horrific situations that I've ever seen.
20-year-old Jessica Ross and her boyfriend, Travion Taylor Sr., have an unimaginable story. Their attorney says the young couple was full of joy and anticipation for their first child. They came here to Southern Regional Medical Center for the delivery July 9th. According to the complaint, doctors had diagnosed Ms. Ross with...
Since, I can't pronounce your name. Since Ria, my grandson... Wait. Okay. She said they had to dislocate the shoulder, but from what I understand, it was like it wouldn't come away from the pelvic bone.
Diabetes a year earlier, making her a high-risk pregnancy, but she consistently went to appointments while she was expecting. The couple's attorney says after about 10 hours of labor, Jessica was fully dilated and ready for delivery of Travion Jr. But according to the complaint, they say his shoulders got stuck in the vaginal canal.
What wound up happening after that is brutal. Dr. St. Julian came in and she, in the process of trying to deliver this baby, pulled on the baby's head and neck so hard and manipulated them so hard that the bones in the baby's skull, face, and neck were broken.
According to the complaint, that is when Dr. Tracy St. Julian called for an emergency C-section.
When the womb was open, the feet came out, the body came out, and there was...
Oh, I'm sorry. The feet? Oh, okay. I got it. Sorry.
The head was stuck in the vagina.
The couple's attorneys allege nurses and medical staff at the hospital lied to the couple about what happened, discouraged them from getting an autopsy, tried to encourage them to cremate the child, and failed to report the death to the medical.
Item says it was emergency premature labor. No, they said she was fully 9 months. Are you talking about something else? Head was more sensitive, just okay, yeah, because they said it was 9 months. But one thing, I don't know how it would affect it, but she was diagnosed with diabetes type 2, I think. Oh, that's what I thought, probably. I'm referring to something else.
Medical examiner.
They also did not report the death to the authorities of Clayton County or Clayton County medical examiner. This report was made by a funeral home, and after their funeral home waved the flag and alerted the authorities regarding this, it wasn't until then when Dr. St. Julian told the family what actually happened.
I reached out to Dr. St. Julian, but she declined comment today. We did get a statement from the hospital, and it reads, while our heartfelt sympathies go out to the family, Southern Regional Medical Center denies the allegations in the complaint referencing the hospital. Since this matter is in litigation, we are refrained from providing any additional information. Dr. St. Julian is not an employee of the hospital. The hospital has taken the appropriate steps in response to this unfortunate situation. We are live in Clayton County. Angelique Proctor, next 5
Put an
weeks.
Okay, so and this one is
So we're here this morning to
2 weeks ago. The other one was 6 months ago.
inform the public that, consistent with our initial complaint that was filed back in August of 2023, it was neck trauma, namely a fracture of the bones in the neck and damage to a baby Travion Taylor Jr.'s spinal cord that causes death, and not any other complications associated with shoulder dystocia. We did this again 6 months ago. I told you all what shoulder dystocia was. Shoulder dystocia just means when a baby's coming down the birth canal, the bones basically get stuck in the pelvis. It is a phenomena that occurs. It is not
Look how tiny she is. She's so little.
extremely rare. Every qualified, board-certified obstetrician and gynecologist should know how to deal with it. And so that's what shoulder dystocia is. For background purposes, for people who weren't here 6 months ago, Ms. Ross was full term on July the 9th, 2023. She was 37 weeks pregnant.
I think it was 7 pounds. It was 7 pounds something. I did read that.
And when she went into Southern Regional Medical Center, she went in with a full expectation of having a healthy baby when she was discharged. However, tragically, during her delivery, the baby was decapitated. The baby was decapitated for sure as a result of a complication from the shoulder dystocia.
Now, see, he's saying decapitated. And there's a internal decapitation, and there's like the one where your head comes off. So I don't know if it's in this one or another one where he actually says the external. That I don't understand. I don't understand why. Why? Because when they went to do the cesarean, so her head was in the birth canal. I don't know what I know.
But the standards of care are very, very simple. When there's a shoulder dystocia, there's certain tried and true things that must be done, positions that must be assumed by the patient herself with the assistance of the nurses, things that must be done by the nurses, putting fundal pressure, things of that sort. And it should be an alert that's made to all people in the hospital so that other people can come and get fresh eyes on the situation and give this baby the best chance of coming into this world full, whole, and healthy. And our complaint is very clear that we allege that this was not done. The cause of the death, again, was the baby's neck was broken while Dr. St. Julian was applying excessive traction on the baby's neck in the face of the shoulder dystocia. This is something that is clearly contraindicated. No credible, no reasonably.
Wait. Didn't the other one say the feet were coming out and then the shoulders?
A competent obstetrician should ever do this. You're supposed to do maneuvers and different maneuvers in order to basically get the baby out. And if in fact that doesn't work, then you go to a C-section. Unfortunately, as you all recall, right after we filed the suit back in August of 2023, representatives from Southern Regional Medical Center, they came out with a statement.
That would be so fucking traumatic. Oh my God. I can't even imagine.
Saying that the baby was
even just a miscarriage to go through that.
Dead before the decapitation, really implying that it was complications of the shoulder dystocia that killed the baby and not excessive traction and trauma to the neck. The Clayton County Medical Examiner's determination.
So they just runs with scissors. So they just pulled the baby's head off. Oh my God, I can't.
That press release a couple of days ago.
So I guess they didn't tell. I don't know that she was aware of that because they tried to fool her, according to him. Well, he'll say it.
Completely gouges that defense. What they did is that they determined that the cause of death was homicide. And I want to be real semantic in this capacity. Homicide in this context means that the baby's death was due to the hands of another human being. Please don't confuse this with criminal homicide, which is basically based upon a statute in Georgia law, OCG. There's a statute in Georgia law that deals with homicide, and it's a completely different definition. But what you saw in their press release is that they determined that it was a fracture and dislocation with a complete transection of the upper cervical 1 and cervical 2 spine and the spinal cord that caused the death. I'm not getting into the medical part of it all.
That wasn't, I don't,
C1 is the first cervical vertebra in your spine. C2 is the second one. And so there was a disconnection or break in those two. And that was the cause of death. What is really important for the public to understand.
is there a nurse in here? That would be internal decapitation. Wait, people are talking to me. Gotta go back. Okay, night, sweetheart. I'm glad you caught me. I like getting caught. Okay, so what he's describing is internal. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Andrew. I love you. Glad you love me today.
And is that, this determination done by the Clayton County Medical examiners was done very, very judiciously and deliberately and objectively. They went and got the input of an OBGYN expert, an independent OBGYN expert who was out of state, who has done over 10,000 labor deliveries. And then they also doubled down on that and got an independent expert who was from Georgia, who has delivered over 9,000 labor deliveries. They sent these experts the medical records, and they also basically sent the information to an independent private forensic pathologist. And after basically gleaning all the information from these experts, their determination death was a homicide. And practically speaking, what that means again is that contrary to what Southern Regional Medical put out there, that the baby died from complications of shoulder dystocia before the decapitation, when they took her back to the operating room, they came and determined independently that the cause of death was trauma to the neck. The neck was broken and the baby died. And then whether or not the baby was alive when they went back and did the C-section, we don't know because, quite frankly, Southern Regional has not been very, very cooperative.
Now, wait. Now, I saw a report that said the baby was losing, I don't want to say breath. What was he losing? Internal at first, but I'm pretty sure it was complete decapitation. Oh my God. But they said that the reason they asked for this, that the C-section was an emergency, is because the baby was dying or it wasn't going to be viable if they didn't. And then by the time they got to it, it had stopped breathing, is what I read.
As far in terms of discovery, we have not taken one deposition in this case, not because we haven't asked, but because there's been pushback by the defense. I will say this: we did have a conversation with the defense within the last week. I think we've cleared this stuff up, and we're going to be able to briskly get through the requisite depositions that we need to really find out what happened.
Yeah, because he's really stern on it was not criminal. But one of the reporters says, well, but they're investigating it as a homicide, which it is a homicide if they think the doctor had to put hands on the baby to decapitate it.
We're going to depose everybody who was in the room, all the nurses, all the scrub techs, everybody, to find out.
They didn't say with the floppy head. I know what you're saying, Audacity, but if you want, he does another one, because I'm thinking it's internal. They're misleading with that, but he doesn't say that. He said they had to put it back on top. He might say it in this one, because I was thinking what you're saying. It would just be floppy.
Essentially, what the hell happened? What happened? Why was there not an alert put out all throughout the hospital to say we have a shoulder dystocia so that new eyes could come in and look? Why weren't the proper procedures done in terms of maneuvers and the like? So that's what we're going to do. Again, I really want to just say that in terms of the term homicide, everybody watches TV, and homicide is always associated with crime. I've practiced medicine for 12 years. I've been doing this, basically holding hospitals and doctors accountable for negligence for 20. And I've never seen a circumstance where there's been any kind of criminal allegation made against a doctor. And again, that determination is not something within our purview. We have nothing to do with that. That's all under the jurisdiction of the Clayton County Police Department and possibly the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. So we're out of that. We have nothing to do with that. But I just want you to know that there is a distinction. The homicide that is used in this particular term is basically the death was due to the hands of another person. This case, again, we're just talking about the medicine now. But as you all remember, in my opinion, the most offensive aspect of this case deals with the lies and the cover-up that occurred after the decapitation. The fact that Dr. St. Julian came in just an hour or so after the delivery of the baby and failed to tell this couple the details and the specifics of what
This
happened, that
is
the
the
baby had been
problem.
decapitated. That was not done. That was a lie and a cover-up. Lies and cover-ups. Again, the hospital staff there at Southern Regional Medical Center were trying to encourage this young couple to get the baby cremated in an effort to destroy evidence. They lied to the couple and told them that they were not amenable. A free autopsy paid for by Clayton County was not available to them. They did that, in my opinion, in order to force them into getting the cremation. Again, a lie and a cover-up, trying to destroy evidence. And then this is the most egregious part of it. Again, when this couple were there, and notice, I've dealt with dozens and dozens of cases of fetal death and fetal demise. It is normal, natural.
Once you watched a lot of, and I'm sure a lot of you have, at True Crime, this part, in a lot of cases on the medical, they did a press conference like 6 months ago. And now, because they're getting closer to depositions, now they're just wanting a settlement. Because rather than depositions are super expensive, and that's where the hospital usually says, yeah, it'd be cheaper just to settle, and that's usually what happens. That's my opinion.
Proper and right for parents after the baby is deceased to say, I want to see my baby. I want to hold my baby. I want to touch the baby.
Trauma. I don't even know how you ever not see. I don't know what I didn't have a C-section, but yeah, he is selling it on Renee, but that's how they are. I mean, they get to the part that's going to start really costing money, and they'll settle.
Baby's fingers before we put the baby away. And they wanted that also. The staff at Southern Regional Medical Center, they lied to them and said, you cannot hold your baby. You cannot touch your baby. And when they did not accept that, when they didn't accept it, they persisted.
Here it is.
Then Southern Regional Medical Center, they capitulated a little bit. They said, okay, you can look at your child through a glass window, and they wrapped the baby tightly in a blanket, propped the baby's head up on the body, and set the baby up through a glass window, basically making it look like there was no decapitation.
See, prop the baby's head up on the body. That's not, they could have swaddled it and just showed it, let her hold it. She's not going to try to take it out of the blanket, I wouldn't think. But that's what he's making it sound like, is they had to, Jesus.
Once again, just defrauding and lying to this young couple. So that's what this case is about. Again, the significance of the Clayton County Medical Examiner's report is that consistent with what we've said from the beginning, the cause of the death was due to the trauma and the neck being broken, and not from any other complications from the shoulder dystocia. So those are my comments dealing with the medicine. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to co-counsel in this case, Attorney Corey Lynch, who's going to basically talk about other issues, and then you're going to hear from the clients.
Good morning.
See, now, Haley,
There was also a statement made by Southern Regional Medical.
you have to listen carefully when an attorney is talking about a case, because they word it so like everything he just said, like you're saying, you witnessed a baby die during delivery. They still put the baby on the mother. The fact that they tried to hide anything. Well, if the baby's head was indeed not attached, they wouldn't do that. That would be really cruel, in my opinion. So I think he's wording it just right. Like, he hasn't really said, like, that would be awful. So, I mean, they're suing for malpractice. So I think it could go either way. But she's just traumatized. I found one other case where the baby had been like externally decapitated, but there might be more. I just didn't find any more.
Center, after we filed the lawsuit, that they did, in fact, report this to the proper authorities. The medical examiner's report shows that that is also not true. This incident was reported to the medical examiner's office and to the authorities around the morning of July 13th, and it was reported to the medical examiner's office by Willie Watkins Funeral Home in Riverdale, Georgia. And we would like to thank them for doing so, because this is a situation.
Did you say Willie Wonka's Funeral Home?
that, as Dr. Edmond just stated, that they really, really tried to cover up and tried to destroy the evidence of, so that they could avoid being held accountable for their actions.
Yeah, I'm on the fence too. And Haley, he wasn't feet first. But I thought in the very beginning of the last report, that's what they said, or something I heard. I thought they said feet first. And they did, I think, say that.
I would also like to thank the County Medical Examiner's Office for their thorough report and for taking the time to get these findings right. Jessica and Travion are here. They've been through a lot. As you know, the last press conference we had, they were too distraught to be here and to speak. They are here now, and I'm going to open the floor to them if they want to say something.
We just want justice for our son. They lied to us. They ain't let us touch him. We don't like it. We just want justice for our son.
You want to say something? All right. Well, do y'all have any questions at all?
What was your reaction? What was the family's reaction when the report came out from the medical examiner, basically proving what you guys been saying is the loss of profiling others?
I mean, it was not unexpected on our part. I mean, I'm a physician. I mean, I reviewed the records and it was clear that.
Well, she's so little, and I don't begin to act like I know anything about the diabetes part, but apparently that had something to do with it.
That what caused the baby's death was the trauma to the neck, the doctor pulling on the neck and essentially breaking the neck. So this is completely consistent with what it is we knew prior to even filing the case. It's tragic, it's horrific, but sadly, this is the kind of evidence that you need in order to basically prevail in these kind of cases.
As a doctor, what is your reaction to the fact that Dr. St. Julian's license is still active today and she still has privileges at that hospital?
I really have no comment on that whatsoever. I mean, once again, we're still in the early stages of discovery. Not by virtue of our lack of effort. We have not taken one deposition in this case. What I need to know is what the hell happened. There were multiple people in the room, nurses, scrub techs, labor, assistants and the like. And believe me, once we put them on our oath and ask them what happened, we'll know. And so I don't have anything extra to add in pointing the finger at Dr. St. Julian, other than obviously she put too much traction on the baby's neck. And then and to answer your question about the fact that she's still practicing, I mean, again, I'm not an expert in terms of who's qualified to practice medicine. They've been doing this at the Georgia Composite Board of Medical Examiners for 100 years. So I trust them in their decisions.
We know that you guys are taking civil action against the hospital and the doctor. This is now turned into a criminal case, and the case has been handed to the DA's office. What would the family want to say to the district attorney when considering criminal charges possibly being filed?
Yeah, I want to correct you. This has not been turned over to the DA's office.
Clayton County Police told us that they've completed their investigation. They told us this last night, that they handed the case to the district attorney's office.
Again, what I want to say very, very clearly is that all of that is in their hands. We are civil litigation attorneys. What it is that the judicial system does with these facts, that's up to them. I said it very early on. Our practice.
And also, if it's criminal, wouldn't the civil, I don't know, would the civil case be affected? I don't know, because I've seen civil cases be settled before a criminal, but I don't think they care about the criminal. I don't know why he's.
Well, I've never seen a circumstance where there's been criminal liability by a doctor being grossly negligent. This doctor was grossly negligent. Whether or not it rises to the level of a crime, again, way beyond my purview, way beyond my pay grade.
There an update on the second lawsuit about the person that posted these pictures on social media?
Sure. Yeah, we filed suit against the pathologist. I think his name was Dr. Jackson Gates. Come on, you
Well, we filed suit against Dr. Gates. To date, he has not answered that lawsuit. So he is basically in default. We filed a default motion.
Right. We filed a motion for default judgment in the case because of Dr. Gates' failure to answer the complaint or respond to the discovery. We've been unable to determine whether the court has granted that motion. Obviously, most of you know the Fulton County civil case system is down, so I can't locate and determine whether the court has granted that motion. But we're confident that.
So they did an interview with the doctor they're talking about, and he posted pictures of, I think, what it would look like. I don't know if he may have posted the baby's autopsy, but I didn't think the baby had an autopsy. I'm not sure.
We'll prevail on that.
It's been nearly 7 months since Jessica went to labor at this point, and just now starting to get these answers that you all have claimed since the lawsuit was filed in August. Can you speak to that trauma that she's endured? I mean, I know it's clear from just seeing her, but
You know, it's been tough. It's been tough on the whole family. They have been strong and resilient with trying to move forward with life and get back to not normal, but a new normal, given the grief that they have sustained. It's been tough. You know, I keep in close contact with them just to kind of lift their spirits up and to see how they're doing. We've also, they have.
If y'all want to call me stupid, if you would have seen me just now try to put eye drops in with my glasses on, you have every right. And there's a reason.
Actually sought out counseling as well for the grief of this, but it's been a lot, as you can see and as you can probably imagine.
I know you all are focused on civil aspects of this case, but is there a family representative, perhaps, or one of you could address if the family does believe that criminal charges should be filed in relation to this case?
I can say that the family deeply and fervently trust the judicial system. And so, again, they really don't have an opinion one way or another. They're still stuck in grief. They lost their child.
I'm going to follow that.
Just like in most situations in the United States, you have private practices. That's where she got her primary.
We hope will help you prevail.
Went to her doctor's appointments and did what? I mean, I think I want to see the doctor.
We're going to begin with that very disturbing story about a baby decapitated. You'll remember the family filed a lawsuit. Now there are new developments. The Clayton County Medical Examiner's Office says the baby's death is now ruled a homicide. Investigative reporter Ashley Lincoln is live in the newsroom. Ashley, you've been following the story from the very beginning. So what do these new developments mean now?
Well, Karen, a lot
And
of rolling
this
developments
was
with
2
this
weeks
case. I
ago.
spoke with the Clayton County Medical Examiner this afternoon, and he says they will now hand over their findings to Clayton County Police, who are currently investigating. Now, back in August, the parents of the newborn filed a lawsuit against Southern Regional Center and their OBGYN, Dr. Tracy St. Julian. Now, the couple accused both the doctor and the hospital for covering up the decapitation. A funeral home employee discovered the newborn was decapitated after the baby was transported from the hospital. Clayton County Medical Examiner Brian Bayer spoke to us last year, telling us there are multiple local and state investigations into this case.
There's just a lot of people out there trying to get to the bottom of this, and everybody works independently. Everybody's agnostic to each other's investigation, although we will try to share each other's facts with each other. But I think
Someone at the funeral home? What? Oh my God. What? I'm reading your, oh my God.
I think that the public should feel very secure that the truth will come out, whatever that might be, when it's all said and done.
And we do know the Clayton County Police Department is currently investigating. I've been in contact with their PIO in the last 30 minutes regarding the status of their investigation. We're waiting to hear back. Of course, this is a story that we will continue to follow. Reporting live in the newsroom, Ashley Lincoln, Channel 2 Action News.
We have more details now. The baby's parents, Jessica Ross and Trevion Isaiah Taylor, also filed a lawsuit against independent pathologist Dr. Jackson Gates in September. The couple hired Dr. Gates for an independent autopsy after the funeral home discovered their newborn was decapitated. The family learned that Dr. Gates posted photos of their decapitated son on his Instagram page. Dr. Gates told investigative reporter Ashley Lincoln that he published the images for educational purposes only.
And we are staying on breaking news right now. Clayton County Sheriff's deputies are searching for an inmate they say slipped right out of her.
On Instagram, I mean, they just make it worse. Do they think these people, they're already suing the hospital? Okay, so what is this?
The sheriff investigating the murder of an 11-year-old girl admitted in audio obtained by Fox 4 that his department, quote, dropped the ball in a previous assault case involving her alleged killer. Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Steve Eager. It's 9 o'clock. Investigators discovered the body of Audrey Cunningham in the Trinity River near Houston earlier this week.
Oh, they just made probably the mother and the father rich. So Betty, I wouldn't be screwing up right now. I can't believe, oh my gosh. This is why I don't watch the news. And y'all hear the girl? There were 2 girls found by campuses. I didn't really follow it. I just saw. Oh my God, this world, I swear to God. Teenagers' remains found. When was that? Oh, that was a year ago. What?
1 week since an 11-year-old Livingston girl never made it onto her school bus. Today, we learned how Audrey Cunningham died.
The Harris County Medical Examiner's Office confirmed the primary cause of death was homicidal violence with blunt head trauma. Investigators say her father's friend, Don Stephen McDougal, was supposed to take her to the school bus stop, but she never made it on the bus. Prosecutors have charged him with capital murder.
KPRC2's Corley Peel is sharing.
Why would a man that age have? I don't.
What she has learned from others who say they experienced McDougal's violence firsthand.
After Audrey disappeared, McDougal was named a person of interest and was arrested on an unrelated aggravated assault charge in August. Investigators tell us he confessed to that aggravated assault charge while he was being questioned about Audrey's disappearance. And tonight, we're hearing from the victim's attorney with details about the violent stabbing 6 months before Stephen McDougal was charged in 11-year-old Audrey Cunningham's violent murder. Court records show he was accused of stabbing a man in Livingston. Attorney David Feldman represents the victim. He says it all started when a woman knocked on his.
And I've heard this one already. Anyway, I just thought that baby story was unbelievable. Yeah, he's so gross. Like, why would you even be? I don't even know what happened to her. I don't know, but I think people can probably assume, but I just don't. Yeah, I do. If that's what happened, sweet crazy, she probably, maybe, and again, I'm going to agree with Betty on something. I think it was Betty that said she was going to tell. She had enough, maybe. I don't know. You fell asleep. I don't know how I'm up this long, but Maria comes tomorrow, so. I should be awake. Anyway, I'm glad. I don't know if Wispy was on. I feel bad if she was on earlier. I love you guys. Anybody have any parting words for me tonight? Maybe. Haley hopes I was at one of the top hospitals. I mean, we may or may not find out, because that's the other thing. If they settle, we probably won't know. Can't still get over the fact he was pulled over 2 days before. They did drop the ball. A lot of people dropped the ball. They dropped the ball. I don't know. Somebody said he went to prison for 2 years for what happened with the other girl. She got away from him. But who knows, like, the kids you don't hear about, right? Good night, Liz. I'm going to go too. Raging on Betty. Love you. All right. I love everybody. Well, I mean, everybody. I'm going to find my button. All right. See y'all later. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Night, Julie. Night, Chaos. I love your name, Chaos. Good night, Nicole V. Ellen Pickle. Mona Lisa. I wish I could say your name. Senrisa. Still in leather. Good night. We'll say goodbye on the other side. We're going to do So Sleepy. Okay. I'm leaving. I promise. We'll do. Good night.